Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team, otherwise is known as the University of the Universe, but of course it's the same in every language, not just English. This is, we have the great fortune of having Mr. Keshe as a universal teacher visiting us, and we're all getting exposed to Understanding the knowledge of the universe, the knowledge of creation, how the creator works, and so many other facets. But as we hear in the disclaimer, and we thank Ed for that disclaimer, it's all about you finding out about yourself, how this knowledge matches up, how you open it up, and how you apply it. Again, you're the captain of your own ship, and you become, as we just heard, to enlighten yourselves. And this video was made quite a while ago, and of course, the Enlightenment game, I don't even know if it was announced at that time, but this is how we'll begin to enlighten ourselves with this new Christmas present we all received. It was a gift to humanity, as are the One Nation Network. So welcome, everyone. We appreciate you being here. And again, we're just understanding slightly what some of these energies are doing. But of course, the Keshe Foundation looks at things much differently than most scientific organizations on this planet. As he said, they're cataloging every hour or every minute of these energies and how they will affect in the future. Man will study this, how they affect us physiologically as well as psychologically. So we're in for major changes. And as Mr. Keshe said, there's a lot more to come. Massive amount more to come, but we've seen some of the demonstrations in public. And as we know, we're only exposed to about 5% of the knowledge of what's going on in and around the Keshe Foundation, but it's just amazing. Some of the things we'll cover today are the Ubisos and, of course, the Enlightenment game. Hopefully we have some gamers here. I'm really not a gamer. And again, if we get to the teaching part, we can see how Mr. Keshe has been studying these energies, and we're just getting privy to this sort of bus that comes around every so often, and it's doing quite a bit of seeding apparently this time. Maybe it's done it in the past, I don't know, but certainly a huge understanding of seeding or creation of life, and different ones on different parts of this galaxy. So we've never been exposed to this. And I thought it was very interesting. We're looking at the 3i as a biological entity. And I thought the example Mr. Keshe gave was excellent. If you see a crab move sometimes, you're seeing the hard shell. We know the 3i was embedded within this sort of outer structure, and this is the way this system travels the universe. It's very successful, even though it may be an obsolete form of traveling. So we're going to have many, many more interactions. I'm sure scientists will say the planet, we started to discover some new creatures, but perhaps they've been seeded here, although the planet does do that. So welcome, everyone, and it's a beautiful time to be in and around the Keshe Foundation, as it always has been. But we do need quite a bit of patience. As we see, the beta test for the game was launched, but it doesn't seem to be fully functional. And we'll cover a little bit of that today. Anyone want to add anything about what's happening? This is the way we're forming into the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is a separate program, which you can hear in the public Zoom room on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. Central European time in the Zoom platform. Or on, no, I don't think we're broadcasting to YouTube, but they may be broadcasting to Vimeo, I'm not sure. So again, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. And of course, it's not the strength of the physicality that brought us here. I think it was the strength of our soul, and that moved the physicality. And this is the way the energies actually do work in a way. So many ways. But as he said, they were targeting, the 3i was targeting a physicality, allowing it to take on whatever strength of soul it would like, or perhaps not even. And maybe, as he said in the last workshop, we will take part in this as becoming the first generations of humans to actually create these children of Mitra. So happy holidays to everyone. We certainly had a busy month. On December 6th, we celebrated the birth of the daughter of Mitra, which is this new soul with all the beautiful attributes. And then, of course, on the 21st, we celebrated the birth of Mitra. In other words, this idea of enlightenment or coming out of darkness. And of course, this point in time is quite historic. This bus only comes around every 30 centuries, but some people may not be able to even absorb all these energies. As Mr. Keshe indicated, those who can, the souls will evolve. So many changes going on, and of course it just didn't start during the month of December or in July when it was first noted. As he said, we've been connected to this system for a long, long time. So many beautiful things going on, and we're all here just to welcome in a way, the new year, celebrate the beauties of the past year, which again, one of the phenomenal points, of course, was to show the production of materials from cosmic ray and using fields in public in the Intercontinental Hotel in Beijing from May 10th to the 12th, which I think you can find in the Keshe Foundation or other locations, plus many, many other beautiful things that are happening to people actually within the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Different people are feeling different sort of touches of energy. And of course, this is the way the whole system will be rolled out. I was just amazed to hear Mr. Keshe say that you could become 100 times better nuclear physicist than he is over just by putting on a set of headphones in the future. This may come again in the next 2 to 5 years, but it is a totally new way of learning, which the soul is taught, and this would be applied to languages or traveling. And perhaps that's why we're going to play this enlightenment game in a way, to start getting used to moving around this planet with the physicality and some of the things we may need as we operate in the energy dimension and the physicality. So that was a lot said, but usually I ask if anyone would like to add anything. If not, we will go directly to the World Peace Treaty, because that's what this whole program is about. It's not the end all, but it's the next step in getting to the next step, which is in a way working and interacting with the universal family. And that's one of the beauties. Mr. Keshe said how beautiful we introduce the universal community to humanity, or humanity to the universal community. And of course, we have a universal council. And I think since you're here, we're all in a way universal councils. Even though we don't understand the full process, we're here to serve and sort of facilitate. And that's what Mr. Keshe said. He's nothing. He's just here in a way to get the whole process working. So we're very fortunate to have a universal teacher, totally different than man's knowledge. You can find many of the health teachings on YouTube, and just take a look at the way your beautiful MagRav structure works as opposed to the way it was taught. And again, we haven't opened up any of the health patents yet, but it's a totally new understanding. And many of these understandings have been actually made into actual systems within the Keshe Foundation. And some people have been testing that in what we call the transmutation sessions and others, even though we're all doing transmutations all the time. And of course, I looked it up earlier. He said we would deny it in 621. Some of these energies, some of us would start transmuting in a way, and we'd make every excuse to say we didn't. So I thought that was kind of peculiar. Maybe we're just not recognizing it. I'm not sure. Welcome, Carolyn. I see you've joined us. Thank you. I know you've been touched by the energies, and you've shared that in the last testimonial meeting. So thank you very much for that as well. Anyone would like to add anything at this point before we read the World Peace Treaty? It seems like everything, as Mr. Keshe said, all you had to do was put on the headphones and listen. We'll handle everything in the background. But you have a golden opportunity to participate in the entire process, again, through the One Nation Network and other ways that are offered in the Keshe Foundation store, which I haven't even pulled up on my tray here, which I should have done. Yes.
I'll say one thing about the game. For the time that it was up when I was working with it, it's going to teach you patience. You click on one place, you go from one place to the next. You have a choice of going by airplane or transmutation or delay the flight, but you're going to be taught patience. Because if you don't have enough energy, you have to wait until your energy builds.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Keshe says he's a very patient man. He's been walking on this planet for thousands of years, leaving one city as an old man and appearing as a child in another city. And that was to learn the ways and understand the man and the rest. So Again, Randy, very beautiful. Yeah, energies have to build up. Understanding. I noticed there's a number of different options people can choose. Energy drinks or meditation or books of wisdom to read. But this is where you can sign up for it. But let's go back to the World Peace Treaty just for a moment. And then we'll go right into this or hear the announcements. This is the World Peace Treaty offered by the Keshe Foundation. I never knew until the Keshe Foundation such a thing as a World Peace Treaty. But again, it's between you and your central energies, or what we call the soul, your actual creator, or the creator. As Mr. Keshe says, he sees his own soul as the creator. We know the creator becomes the created and the created becomes the creator. But this is the World Peace Treaty, and this is what we're doing. We're moving the physicality or soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man. And it's what the whole teachings are about, that we become peaceful beings, because in the space, as we understand it, there isn't the killing and destruction as we see on this planet. The ethos is different, where the stronger actually nourishes the weaker and not kills or destroys the weaker, as we see on this planet. So it's, as he said, a new science, a new ethos, and a new language being introduced on this planet. Of course, the science is plasma science or cosmic ray technology. The ethos is we are here to serve and not to be served. And of course, the new language, I think this will be the language of peace and love and giving and compassion and all the beautiful attributes of this daughter of Mitra, who is already here among us. Again, it's a behavior, it's an emotion, as he said. But she'll take us quite a long way down the path, but we have to allow that to grow. But we did celebrate. And once mankind understands what has been gifted or what has been created for us, they'll start celebrating the daughter of Mitra's birthday as well. This is the new soul, where all of the created entities from the beginning of creation will have the ability to transit between the two dimensions of matter, state, and energy. And I think there's a number more dimensions to play with. But we're not quite ready for that yet. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? You don't have to be 100% peaceful to read it, because none of us are angels, but we're wishing to be closer to the Creator. As we saw in the Farvahar, you have a couple of knapsacks on you, one for the wrong things you carry on your back, and one for the good things that you've done that you carry in front of you. So again, you don't have to be an angel to read this. World Peace Treaty, you can find it on the Keshe Foundation, you can find it on most search engines, but again, it's an agreement between you and your own central energies. I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name and your signature, again, on behalf of, very straightforward. You're creating this reactor, and it's your wishes that will make it materialize in a way to me. And of course, have it witnessed, yes. And then after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. We know we don't have to actually display it in the physicality. You can display it through, again, your emotions and your behavior. And this will be a beautiful example of the World Peace Treaty. And of course, this again is where we're moving to. Apparently, we're not as, or I'm not as peaceful as I thought I was. And I think that mostly happens in our thought processes rather than the physicality. But yes, problems with the physicality as well. But we have many more thoughts than we do physical actions, I believe. And so, as he said, in space, on this planet or in space, is that the dimension you go into, that space dimension between the two ears, into this sort of universal energy, if you call it that, and where we, in a way, use thought weapons sometimes and offend that way and create that sort of energy. Just a thought for others to consider, as well as myself, of course. Any other thoughts on the World Peace Treaty, or any thoughts on the World Peace Treaty? I think this is what we're all wishing for. This is why we're here. But again, we know it's a game of the souls, and the souls don't always reveal everything to us, as we see the same with the Keshe Foundation, where there's only a small percentage of what's going on in the background being revealed. But it's certainly enough for us to go as deep as we'd like to go in that limited amount of understanding and knowledge and progression. But certainly we're all becoming more enlightened. This is what this whole last flyby and before that has been all about. As I said, we're part of a much larger structure, and we're just sort of getting clued into it. But this will become more and more apparent, as he said, not necessarily tomorrow, but over the coming weeks and months and years and decades, as we start to see perhaps small, again, subclinical type of changes, but yet you're perceiving them to be there and probably seeing it as well, to where we're all becoming servants of one another, where no one is left to serve. And of course, this is the promise of the holy books, and this is what this technology, the plasma science technology, will create. So shall we open our Christmas gift together from to humanity? And again, you can, I probably should bring up the Keshe Foundation store. Let me just bring that up real quick. Normally I have that on there. And of course, this whole store is switching, or it may still be there for certain items, but Shopify will be coming into view, which is Shopify.com. I did go on it. It's quite a large website, probably small compared to the giants at this point in time, but there are some advantages, and this is where you'll find the Keshe Foundation store as well. So if I go to the all products, when we talk about the One Nation Network, this is what we'll be talking about here. And the game of enlightenment is embedded within this One Nation Network. The official version will be when it's released. I think he indicated on March 26th. But in the meantime, as Randy was pointing to, this is the where you can actually join the wait list to, in a way, beta test the original version, which may change. And this allows, as we heard with the testing within the Keshe Foundation, this allows them to, I mean, on the, let's say, wellness side, to perfect systems by beta testing this game. You'll be able to help the developers perfect and, in a way, smooth out any of the flaws. And apparently no one has gotten actually into the game, as I understand it at this point. Anyone who is a gamer want to add more? Although join the wait list is active. Maybe we should just read about the plasma game. Anyone want to comment? I know Erm is desperately trying to get in. She's an old-time gamer, I guess, back from before they had games. No, I've never played a game, as I said. But I don't think everything on every browser is quite compatible yet, although it should be. But again, we're just helping, and they're looking for about 4,000 or up to 10,000, I think Mr. Keshe indicated, to start playing the beta version. And again, it's quite interesting. I think if we look at this, this is part of the structure in the beta test, apparently. And hopefully I'm not doing anything wrong here. I think this is the different locations that you can travel to, and then you will perhaps need an energy drink or 2 times a regen or a book of wisdom, or as Randy was saying, energy builds up. Did you say through meditation, Randy? If you're
Through
still
patience of waiting.
okay,
That
meditation.
the game will tell you you have so much longer to wait. So it's interesting if you go to different places, you can. I think there's one for you can choose learn or meditation, and it's how you build your energy. The idea is to build your consciousness up as at the same time building your energies up, and then you can travel. And you got to have, I think, 80% consciousness before you can transmute traveling.
So you have to, you can't do it on your own. You actually have to be connected to this game at the same time, or
That's a good question.
because I
Maybe
know
that's
Mr.
in essence
Kesh,
what we're doing.
he was saying something about not having to go on X anymore, or not having to go where you can spend your time sort of in this game in a way. And of course, there's a financial incentive as well, even though he encourages people not to play for money. You can earn up to 2 Keshe coins per month, I believe, on this system. Once it's in, not in the initial one, you may earn a few pennies or something like that, small change. But once it's actually officially launched, you'll be able to earn up to 2 Keshe coins, which again, this is an internal coin to the Keshe Foundation, and you can spend it in the store and perhaps other ways of trading within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. So you'll be able to start mastering, I guess, this idea of transmuting to different places. And I don't know how this game works. I'm sure there'll be a tutorial created, or someone will learn more as they start to investigate. But any gamers who would like to say anything about this, again, it's just a few days offered. But this is where you go on the, and we should put this in the chat, of course, get plasma. Let's just put that in there. And let's bring up our chat. And for those who may view at a different point in time, this is where you can request or to join the wait list. Any other thoughts? Again, about the plasma game, the enlightenment game. It should be a little bit bigger. The enlightenment game is a persistent real-world inspired strategy and exploration game that runs on our own private network and blockchain. Every player starts with a home country, builds their resources, and chooses actions that shape their journey over time. Again, this is where, Mr. Keshe, what we heard about teach yourself to be peaceful, this is where you become to enlighten yourself through just playing this game. And I know you think that sounds, again, unbelievable, but you haven't seen anything yet as some of these technologies start to come out within the Keshe Foundation humanity. It's even past what you can imagine. The core idea is simple: travel, explore, and evolve. You move between countries, manage energy and plasma, and participate in a living world where time, actions, and scarcity matter. The game is designed as a long-running simulation, not a short session. When you register, the system creates the identity and keys needed for your account. The backend runs a private chain for verifiable stake and settlement, while the game server handles gameplay logic and progression. But anyway, you can read the rest of it for yourselves. This is the concept. And of course, as I showed in the Keshe Foundation store, as this gets launched, this is your wallet, which you will store your coins in, and there is a price to purchase this. But once the March 26th comes on, as I understand it, unless you have a wallet, you will not be able to enter into the system. So you will need at least a wallet to play. But I think children that are looking for coins or money, again, it'll be expanded into the type of things we see later on, the other currencies or crypto, where it'll be accepted by a much larger structure. But that may be in a decade or more. Remember, what we're setting up is for future generations in a way, or future, maybe even your grandchildren. Hopefully, some of us will be here to see it. Again, a world without hunger and a world with no war policy. These are the two things we're, in a way, setting up. So it's up to you to participate as you choose to. And this is if you have one of these actual networks, which I think because of the price of chips, it was 2,000 a couple months ago. Now it's 3,000. But again, they're looking for 10,000 of these to be spread not only on the physical land, but also perhaps taken into space and for sure embedded within the oceans of this planet, because we want to touch those creatures as well. And they are subject to the same sort of, in a way, soft targets for plasma technology, as we all are. But this is the actual network, and you can earn, as he says right here, earn up to it says per year, but I think it's for the first, it's 2.4. Isn't it 2 Keshe coins per month? Anyone want to confirm that? I think we'll hear that. But this is the network that's going to bring in the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. It's certainly going to start creating these anomalies into every one of us and help us to sort of navigate our way through it. And again, as Mr. Keshe said, those souls who can work with these new energies will evolve. Those who don't may, again, bring about a certain change in their physicality or something else, or not be able to become more enlightened at this point. Or their soul chose them to be in that position, as Mr. Keshe has indicated on a number of occasions, where he said we want to celebrate the life of the man, not realizing that the soul may have created a condition to bring about a demise for future use and enlightenment of the soul itself. So we always celebrate the life, and if someone wants to move on, that again is the choice of the soul. I always thought it was amazing when Mr. Keshe said when you have a couple and they're married for 40 or 50 years, they're both happily married together, and they seem to not want to depart. When one of those souls is ready to leave and has gathered what it needs to, no matter what's happening in the physicality, apparently it moves on. So again, we're just scratching the surface on this understanding of the central energies of all of us. And of course, Da Vinci was looking for that most of his life in the end, trying to find where the battery was located that ran this thing. Mr. Keshe comes right along and, of course, explains it as the central energy or the soul of the man, what we refer to on this planet. But beautiful that we have this. And again, all you need to do is reach into the pocket, buy a gift for humanity, or buy it and gift it back. But the beauty of the first 2,000 is you'll have some financial incentive just by owning the unit without even playing the game. Then, of course, if you play the game, you can add up to, I believe it's 2 coins per month, which in many parts of the world is quite satisfactory. Because as he said, in China, what we pay a $2,000 suit in the United States, you may find in China for 200 or 300. So this is the idea of giving everyone Keshe coins, allowing them to use it for the perhaps this transmutation or the enlightenment game. Spend a little there. Plus, when the network gets rolled out, if you want breakfast, it might only be 2 cents of a Keshe coin. And right now, and I think it's stable, it's not a stable coin, but the value is 1,000 euro per coin, equal to the equal to the cosmic ray balls, which you can also find in the Keshe Foundation store, which again, all these things are connected in a way that man does not have this knowledge to do at this point in time. So these are little cosmic ray balls, which you can hold in your hand, a number of things still have to be taught, but that's part of what's connected into this One Nation network. And then, of course, the Mark Ray Corporation. Here is the home of the cosmic ray technology, but it's offering shares in the actual pink sheet or penny stock market at this time. And this is also, in a way, connected into this internal structure of the Keshe Fund, even if this is open to the public. But this is part of what's connected in with the cosmic ray and the Keshe coins. And this is, at this point, trading around 6 cents or so, maybe less, maybe more. But he is indicating that they'd like to see this at €1,000 as well, that the value of each stock share, the value of the cosmic ray ball, and the value of the coin will all be consistent with one another and will allow or facilitate a sort of interaction. And again, I haven't thought this out, but it's certainly been well thought out within the Keshe Foundation. Any comments? Or shall we go to open our birthday gift? Thank you, Ed, for making a beautiful video for us. Any thoughts or comments? Okay, let's open, and again, feel free to stop it at any time or make a comment. Again, we don't know much about it, or perhaps what I should do before we go there is just to, again, Mr. Keshe spent a lot of time analyzing in the beginning about some of these things and effects it was having on us. But let's go to the 622. Did I lose it? Yes, I did. Oh, we did. No, here it is. Okay, let's hear the first part of the announcements. I think it starts at 104. And then Ed's video starts at 108. Remember, there's two parts to the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers Workshop. First, there's a teaching part, and then there's the remainder of the program, which is part of the Q&A, or usually the announcements first, and then a Q&A session, which is open to the public. Anyone can raise their hand or enter a question in. So let's hear the first part of this. And of course, I probably need to show this as well because we'll see the Ubisos. So let's just start at, let's see if we're there yet. I got the video on.
He leaves it to the ones who bought it.
Okay, let's just back this up if we can, move a couple screens. We'll try and start it at 104. Again, thanks for a beautiful transcript. Very enlightening for all of us. I guess we'll start here.
It's like a very special product, and I guess.
Now, what he's going to show first, of course, is the Ubisos. And if we go on the Keshe Foundation store, you can see, again, it started out as a very large egg, and now it has been reduced to something that is quite an exotic looking headphone. Let's just go back here on the store. Again, it will soon be on Shopify, but we can see this is just the flight enhancement. This is not what we're talking about for pricing or anything, but this is the actual unit that was originally offered. Again, this line has been quite long. It was offered in around 2020 and not 2019 to 20. And it was sort of intermediately released, but not fully. And of course, now what we'll see in the video is the actual new unit. And it's called the Ubisos, UBES-U, or Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. And again, this is much more than any of us can imagine. And there's other things to be added to it. But now what we see is this has been reduced. As we remember, the original cell phones were the size of a small briefcase, and now you carry one so thin in your pocket that you may not even realize it's there. But there's all sorts of developments, and certainly the capacity. As he said, this Ubisos is just in its infancy. So let's listen to the first, I think, around 4 minutes, and then when we get into the Christmas present, we'll switch over to Ed's video. But feel free to stop it at any time or add anything you'd like.
So I'll just play it through first, Mr. Keshe, and then you can put your comments to it.
Thank you very much. This is, as we showed last week, the obesos, which started as an eggshell, and now this is what it is. Advancement in knowledge and technology, and the beauty, as you can see on it, it says obeso. And it is interesting to be able to literally bring the technology forward so much. And systems like this are connected in a different way, and these systems are connected 24 hours a day to our system. And it brings a new dimension in the work. And what you see, this is not what we said. I said before, the big, large obesos, and now is part of the mass production. And these have been, we have started exporting it around the world. Those who had the intermediary system now receive the ultimate system. The beauty with this is that you don't need to book a time with us when you're the user of this. It leaves it to the ones who bought it to, when it's used, for what it's used, what the income it has according to contract, to pay to the foundation for its use and income. And all it is, you need to say what is needed, what's the condition of the the user, that the system can be adjusted accordingly from us inside. It has brought using that huge egg to such a small thing, and this is still is an intermediary position. I know this will be changed quite drastically in the next couple of years, as it took us 5 years to come from that big, huge thing to this. And I remember when I first time saw the whole vessel in the labs of the Keshe Foundation taking a huge space, and people working in it, outside it, trying to tune to it and place motors and engines in it. And now it has brought us to this point in maturity of knowledge and technology. I thank the team. It takes weeks to produce a single one of these. It's so sophisticated, it cannot be repeated, it cannot be replicated. There are so many hidden technologies in it that cannot be seen by the eye of the man. Has the knowledge of creation needs to be understood to be able to do this. And now you see there's a number of these ready to go out, and some have already been delivered, is in the hand of DHL and the rest. And those knowledge seekers who you bought your visas and you thought you're going to get a big egg, the only big egg left is the head of the man inside it, which will bring the change. It's much more effective, it's much more direct. And in a way, if you understand it, this is feeding the soul of the man. And through the soul, changing the condition of the man. It's man who has decided, as we saw with the 3i, what is going to be and what the condition can be. Thank you very much. And I hope we'll learn something from this and from all of you. And those of you who bought it, this is invoice to the value of the what you paid, and you have to pay your import tax and duties. And this is a system that will bring the changes which you wanted. And don't put it again in the shelf, as many of you, when you received your unit, you don't use it, put it away. This one needs to be used. If we don't see usage on it, we ask you to give it back. Of course, we don't pay you back, but we give it to some people who can use it effectively.
Okay, again, we're going to have to learn more about this, how it's applied, can't be replicated, many hidden technologies, even what he said with the butterflies and things, there's hidden technologies in there that we aren't even aware of, never mind understand how to produce them. So again, this is not sharing the technology, but allowing you to use the technology, sharing it that way, but not giving you the ability to actually replicate it at this point. This will come later. And as he said, it's only in its infancy. So there's much, much more to be added and developed in the system. Any comments, or shall we go to Ed's video and we'll all open our Christmas present together? Okay. And again, Mr. Keshe starts to, this is a 23-minute video, but of course, all of the videos have special things embedded in the background, I believe, whether he's talking about the Abisos, the One Nation Network, the teaching, or in the Q&A. So just by listening, I think he's enhanced some of the energies that were provided by the 3I. But again, that's for you to decide how you see it. So we want to thank Ed for creating this video. And this is about the enlightenment game. And as we say, you become to enlighten yourself. As we understand, there's no intermediary between the earth and the sun. And as Mr. Keshe said, you don't need any intermediaries on this planet or in the universe. But we do enlighten each other, or we share how we've been enlightened, and this will allow the others in a way to hear that and perhaps apply it to their own structure. As we know, your MagRev is already set. It's a matter of triggering it, and I believe at this point you can do that, but it's up to you to investigate and understand how it's triggered. And of course, this is the enlightenment game. We teach ourselves to become more peaceful, balanced, and move away from this idea of killing and destruction. So I think we'll see as people start to play this game, and with people in need of earning something, this would be a beautiful idea for children, but we'll have to learn more of how it's played. Again, anyone understand more about this game that they can share with the others, please let us know. But I think it hasn't been fully activated even in the beta mode at this point. Enjoy this video and feel free to stop it.
Today's Christmas, and I have a Christmas present for all of you. As we said, we today launch something very interesting, which is the backbone of the work of the Keshe Foundation, which is to bring about the what we call the changes that we want to bring, and what we envisaged to be brought in line, and the beginning of the change of what we call the work of the Keshe Foundation. Today, Keshe Foundation launches an amazing system, beginning of what we promised, and beginning of what we call using the knowledge, using the understanding of the technology in bringing the first steps of the change in humanity. What does this mean? Today we launch a trial session, or we give you something very interesting that it brings the beginning of the work of the many changes that we expect to bring for humanity. We launch a game
Recording
which
in progress.
we call it this game the game of peace and enlightenment. This game can be played by anyone. It has special reasons that we launch it this way. Anyone can go on the game and play the game and start
Mark, I just wanted to make a comment.
enlightening themselves.
Please do. Thank you.
If you look at this, you see it says enlightenment, which is the correct spelling. But when you go to the Get Plasma, they leave out the EN. I'm wondering if it's just a mistake and we should tell them, or maybe they wanted to shorten it. I'm not sure. But the word enlightenment is it has an EN, and on Get Plasma page, there's no EN.
Okay.
Thanks.
Again, it could be a one-man band putting a lot of this together, so trying to do everything in a very short time, but it'll get smoothed out. There, as Mr. Keshe said, we know there's mistakes, and there's obviously some people would not like to see a game of peace and enlightenment proceed, but they'll handle. No problem. Thank you for bringing that to all of our attention, Gail. Anyone else? Okay, we continue. Again, it's going to be the way you play it. You probably won't go to the same place I do. And again, these different times and places, very interesting how we have to sort of build up certain energies again. And I think what we saw with the Ubisos that went from the egg to the head unit will eventually go from the head unit to a very small chip, which can be easily embedded within the earlobe or some other place on the body that will give you all of the enhancements. And again, will be a wearable space technology, as I see it, and as Mr. Keshe has mentioned a couple times, and as he's even indicated in the last workshop, we'll see this unit change in its structure and shape over the coming time, probably incorporating the plasmatic chips, again, without the copper, just through the cosmic rays or plasma communication with it. As I'm seeing it, again, just being impartial, everything I say is just in a way the way I'm looking at it, which may be totally different than you. But as we heard in the disclaimer, it's the way you see it, the way, and apply it the way it pleases you, no one else.
With the understanding and the process of peace. And interesting enough, earn a living. For the first 3 months, the game is for knowledge seekers. Get anyone you like to play on this game. I've just posted it on the chat of the Zoom section. Rick, if you can pick it up and post it up.
Yeah, I'll share that now.
Go on this game. In the first 3 months, you earn a little. In the first 3 months, if you pay, understand, and play it, till 21st of March 2026, give this to any child. Give it to anyone you can to play. You played yourself. You still earn a few cents, but it's part of the playing the peace game that enlightens you to become peaceful.
Did anyone ever beta test the game before? Normally, I would think they would test it before they release the beta test. He's saying give it to everyone. Maybe this will come in the next 7 days or 10 days, that it actually starts to function, because I'm losing money. He said I could make money on this. Only a few cents, of course, but that's still important. No, I'm just kidding. He actually said not to play for money. But yes.
Mark,
Yes.
are you saying that the beta test is what we can play until March?
Yes, this is what
Okay.
he's saying. Ask as many people as you can to play the game, but guess what? The game doesn't seem to be functioning. So no, we're not. We're very patient, as I say. We have the whole, we have the entire existence of the universe. So we're not in a rush. But I would have thought that this would have been in a way tested, or maybe it was intentionally put out this way. They're just collecting the wait list, and then once they have enough, perhaps it'll be energized. We'll see.
You
The
earn
best
a
way
million
to
out of
find any bugs in any system is to give it to people to test. I'm testing another game right now, and we have a forum we go to, and if we find any bugs in it, we tell the operating system they're doing and what it's doing, and then the company in like takes them 2 weeks, 30 days maybe to update it, and that's how they develop the game. And you get a you buy it for a cheap price, and it gives you the ability to have any upgrades for free. So they've got, I think, about 3,000 people testing this one game, and it's quite interesting the changes that they're making because of the feedback. I think that's exactly what's happening with this game too. Is Mr. Keshe needs feedback.
So
So
every game goes through, in a way, this process, right?
yes,
But usually they keep the beta testing private with people. They don't release the beta test to the public, or do they?
some do, some don't. It all depends
Okay.
on the company.
So it's just a normal progression. Everyone can understand that there are some unforeseen or hidden things that don't always mesh, or something that was overlooked in a different system. There's so many different platforms. They're supposed to be synced together, but again, different creators do different things, and perhaps even different structures in different parts of the world, even
And
with the
this
Zoom
So
thing.
is there a
and
place for us to send our comments? Like Randy, did you send anything?
no, that's in the game I'm testing. This isn't to do with the Get Plasma. This is something totally
Oh,
different. But a
okay.
friend of mine who's a web developer says we can't keep up anymore. There's so many more devices and more different operating systems coming on that we're always, always learning and always changing.
So again, we're just here to help and understand and add to what we can. And the one thing that's working is join the wait list. And even though apparently it had worked different in different parts of the world, some people got a CAPTCHA, some people didn't get it. They were allowed to just put their emails in. And some people got a return email, which was different than, to confirm the email, was different than what someone else received back. So again, how these things are filtered is beyond my imagination. I would think they would send out the exact same confirmation of email, but it's been reported that people got different ones. Any comment on that? And again, I haven't ever played one of these games, but this will be again, a most profound game. And he said it won't be that easy to earn, but the more you play, obviously it has some sort of correlation in transmutation in what we're going to do in the future, but mainly about teaching oneself to become peaceful and enlightening yourself, which will be something you'll carry with you, I think, across the universe. As he said, and as I said earlier, no intermediaries needed here or across the universe, but we're all looking in a way for someone to guide us, or and this apparently happens in the universe as well. But as you trust more in yourself, I think you become the teacher, and this is the idea. You don't need it, even if you see it differently than someone else sees it. That's what he was saying about the beauty of the disclaimer. What's your heaven may be my hell, and vice versa. So we don't judge, we just elevate. So let's continue. Thank you.
You can earn €1,000 for next 3 months maximum if you play it right. And after 21st, the game will change. It becomes part of the cash coin structure and part of the O&Os or and Ns which you bought, and you participate in it.
And that was the picture we had shown earlier, the One Nation Network and the Keshe Foundation store, which is not this one. But this is the grid network he's developing, not only on this planet, but across the entire universe, apparently. So this is not a structure just for here. As he said, if you travel to Mars, I still have to feed you on Mars. So apparently ingraining this, again, I think using this system will start to ingrain what you need to do within yourself, but that process may take more time than some of us who are impatient, let's say, would think it would.
Today's Christmas, and I have a Christmas present for all of you. As we said, we today launch something very interesting, which is the backbone of the work of the Keshe Foundation, which is to bring about the what we call the changes that we want to bring, and what we envisaged to be brought in line, and the beginning of the change of what we call the work of the Keshe Foundation. Today, Keshe Foundation launches an amazing system, beginning of what we promised, and beginning of what we call using the knowledge, using the understanding of the technology in bringing the first steps of the change in humanity. What does this mean? Today we launch a trial session, or we give you something very interesting that it brings the beginning of the work of the many changes that we expect to bring for humanity. We launch a game.
Recording in progress.
We call it this game the game of peace and enlightenment. . This game can be played by anyone. It has special reasons that we launch it this way. Anyone can go on the game and play the game and start enlightening themselves with the understanding and the process of peace, and interesting enough, earn a living. For the first 3 months, the game is for knowledge seekers. Get anyone you like to play on this game. I've just posted it on the chat of the Zoom section. Rick, if you can pick it up and post it up.
Yeah, I'll share that now.
Go on this game. In the first 3 months, you earn a little. In the first 3 months, if you pay, understand, and play it, till 21st of March, 2026, give this to any child. Give it to anyone you can to play. You played yourself. You still earn a few cents, but it's part of the playing the peace game that enlightens you to become peaceful. You earn a living on it. You can earn €1,000 for next 3 months maximum if you played right. And after 21st, the game will change. It becomes part of the cash coin structure and part of the O&Os, O&Ns which you bought and you participate in it. And in so many ways, there are a few facts about this. I just put it out the way it's put down that we all understand it. The Enlightenment game is going public with its version today. It's a game without any killing and stealing. Instead, it's about helping and learning, collaboration instead of competition. It is free to play. Contrary to other browser games, you even can earn money. Cash coin when you're playing it. Second point, which is put down, is do not play for money. Play to learn and become enlightened. The first phase will end on 21st of March 2026, and on that day, version 1 will be released to the public. And the game gets a full reset so that we all start equally. But the cash coin you have earned till that time by playing the game will survive the rest. In a way, at that date, you will lose your physicality, but your soul survives.
Does anyone know what he's referring to there? On that date, you'll lose your physicality, but the soul survives?
No, I don't know. I was wondering,
Okay.
how can I explain that to my grandkids?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The coin is just one part of the new system VKF created. Shops, auctions, emails, chats, secure, file storage, and the rest And all this will be provided through the systems you're purchasing, that you have purchased. No government, no structure can dictate to us where to spend the money, where to learn, what to learn, and how to live. This is the beginning of the one nation, one planet, one race. We have structured this that everybody has time to participate, everybody has time to enjoy. The amount of the cash you earn till March is very, very nominal, it's very little. But it's for us to see the process, to find our mistakes, to adjust our systems before we launch. As we always shared everything with you, we pass this one to you for us to test it for us. Ask your children, your grandchildren, they won't like it, but they earn the money. If they earn enough, they might earn a few euros. But
So is that the consensus that this is not working at this time? Randy or anyone else?
Well, I couldn't log in. Is anybody else? Have you logged in since yesterday, Mark?
No. Well, maybe I have, but it didn't respond the same.
Yeah, there's a lot of bugs to work out in this
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
This
and
is
that's
something
what he's
totally
covering.
brand new.
It's for us to perfect the system. That's what beta is all about, right?
Right.
And again, not unique to the Keshe Foundation. And of course, even with people that have made 10 games or 20 games, and I understand it's quite expensive to do that, they still go through the same process. I think this is the first time that the Keshe Foundation has made any sort of game. So in a way, it's a new territory for us. So there's a huge learning curve, but we have some very capable people in the background.
And then remember, it has to be in how many different languages too. So as a programmer, that's quite a challenge.
Yes.
But after 21st, we adjust the amount and the play that some people can earn as much as 2,000 euro per month, month in, month out. You don't need to go on what we call make fake videos. You don't need to go on a TikTok. You don't need to go on God knows what, X and the rest. But you just play with the environment of your own soul, your own dimension, and you still earn a living. It's not mining because everything has been mined. After 21st of March, we enter full negotiation and delivery of the cash coins to every government and every citizen. The key about this game is that you have to register to play, and you have to register every month to play. It's not I've played and I've gone. It's set up that it keeps you in touch, in process. You move out, you come back, you register again. I need an income. I create income for somebody else. All is the same. Governments, instead of putting soldiers to kill, government put soldiers to play.
And that is a monumental thing to do, rather than have them deployed doing that sort of work. They learn how to become peaceful and enlightened and can supplement their income to themselves and to the government, apparently. Again, there's a much bigger structure set up here that we're not totally privy to at this point.
Play the game of peace because it gives them the money, gives the nation, the government income. This is the name of the game. You don't mind to get. It's already mine for you to enjoy the time. On the registration, your passport, where is issued this time? The income from the side of the Keshe Foundation with your registration and whatever comes up will be shared to the government of your registration. You're born in China, you carry a Chinese passport, you live in Canada. Chinese government will receive the benefit of your work. You're a citizen of that. At the same time, we sign agreements with the governments that the income for that is only.
So is he talking about two separate incomes, or your income would, if you you can direct it towards your government? Anyone have a clarification of that?
No.
Okay.
I was wondering about that because I'm not a U.S. citizen. And so when I was signing up, do I sign up under world with Germany? Or do I sign there? See, there's another one. It's called World Get Plasma. So in there, they have a choice where there's a drop down menu where you can choose a country. But I've lived here so long, but I can still put it to Germany.
As he said, if you live in Canada and you're Chinese, your income will go to the Chinese government.
Yeah, is it the passport or place of birth? That's my question. Citizenship or place of birth?
Okay, so we put in, thank you, Erm, we put in the worldgetplasma.org for others that can see this, and at least they'll have both. But again, this is the beta, and it's in German, so you'll have to use Google Translate or one of the other translation platforms. Okay, this is almost finished, another 5 minutes or so.
For advancement of peace,
That's
education.
strange that you have to go to.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, it's strange you have to go to the place of birth if you, I mean, for myself, I've been here 34 years, I think. 30 years, yeah. So I it just seems strange.
Well, that's the same in other contexts.
Okay, here it says you're born in China, you carry a Chinese passport, you live in Canada. Chinese government will receive the benefit of your work. You're born in China, you carry a Chinese passport.
What if you were born in China and carry a Canadian passport?
Well, they'll have to split the difference.
I have two passports. Otherwise I'm not allowed to go.
Okay. So you can see there's still a few things that have to be clarified and sorted out. No problem. No problem. But
well, we need to know where we can send the feedback.
Right. I don't think any child playing would want to give their funds, but maybe again, there's a dual track here. You earn as well as the government earns simultaneously. That's not been clarified.
An advancement of humanity. You got to realize you might win or you might earn 1 coin or 2 coins a month. It's 9 billion of you. We can run the game for 100 years. We have no problem. We cannot be hacked, we cannot be destroyed, as we can reset our systems in a way that part of when you sign in to play, your system becomes part of the operation of the link in the whole process. In a way, we are launching the beginning, the test run of the 1 coin currency, which with it will connect to market cooperation shares, and it connects to Cosmic Ray, which what you want to hold. You hold gold in your hand, now you hold Cosmic Rays, you want shares in your hand, you have the market cooperation, and very soon, very, very soon, Keshe Foundation will release in the next couple of years Shanghai Cooperation of the Keshe Foundation, which means we sit on 2 sides of the what we call world of games of the politics and finance. A matching company as Mark Ray will be set up in Shanghai stock market to match the two. There's a lot of preparation has been done for this. There's a lot of work is done, but you got to understand everything has to be equal. The play of the game ingrains peace, enlightenment. Children in school can play it. Grandmothers.
Again, just to point out, as he said, when you use some of the systems in the Keshe Foundation store, different systems that you'll find here for many different sorts of conditions in the structure of the body of the man, it's just...
Yeah, there's another question I have, and that is, I don't know anything about mining. What is that?
There's no mining. I guess people mine coins or something. It's already been mined, as I understand.
I know, but if they do mine, what does that mean?
They
Calls this
can't
different.
mine it. It's already been mined. They
Yeah,
have
but
one for 100
what's the difference? I need to know what mining is so I can know the difference.
Any miners here?
Oh, we're all of age.
All right, let's just go back to it. Any other comments? So I don't think it's up and running. I don't think a child would want to give their coins, but as I said, maybe there's a dual track the government earns. And imagine if you had 50 million people
Mark?
earning. Yes. Yes, Ike, go ahead.
He said you should know that mining is just like minting in a blockchain. You're creating like a digital assets and recording it on the blockchain. So it's like a printing. It's turning like data into some type of token or image.
Okay, Rand.
It's like an identifier.
Yeah, fingerprint.
Yeah, I think it gives you the ownership, but that creation becomes permanent in the blockchain.
So Randy put in GPU mining, is the use of graphics processing units, GPUs, to quote unquote mine proof of work cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. Miners receive rewards for performing computationally intensive work, such as calculating hashes that amend and verify transactions on an open and decentralized ledger. GPUs can be used especially performant at calculating such hashes. Again, some of that is Greek to me, but
Yeah, I don't know what a hash is either.
there's no mining in this. It's already been mined.
In old people's home can play it, and you can all earn a living. Man does not need to play to what we call to commit a crime or go hungry anywhere on this planet.
Yeah, I wonder if they all need
Those of
a
you who are
wallet.
able,
Yes, you'll have to store them somewhere. Whatever you earn, it needs to be placed in your unhackable wallet.
Maybe. I don't know, because those all cost money too.
Yes, you definitely need a wallet. You will not get into the game and you won't have a place to put what you earned through the Enlightenment game. That's where your earnings go, or what you've received as for play. So everyone will need a wallet. Unless they play under your wallet, then of course it would go to you perhaps. Maybe that would be allowed. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm writing these things down.
It's, as he said, we're just seeing the initial part of it.
Right.
It may change quite a bit on the 21st or 26th of March. Yes, did someone else want to add something in? And I guess one of the tests will be if you earn some coins, but also maybe you'll notice yourself becoming more peaceful just by playing this game, even though you didn't earn any points. But as I say, using the products in the Keshe Foundation store, like the cup of sweet or the cup of pressure, it ingrains within you. So he's saying here, by playing this, you'll start to ingrain peace within your structure. Again, it won't be probably like, you'll take all your clothes off and give everything you have to the poor or anything like that. But you'll just notice that you're becoming more peaceful. Maybe a harsh word or a thought is not occurring as often as it did before, and you can handle it and you can elevate the other person. Perhaps, I'm just speculating. We'll have to see. It's going to affect each one of us different, but again, the end goal is to become more peaceful or make a peaceful man out of the man.
Play and you give to the others. We look up the structure of the governments in the same way through the Keshe coin. Governments don't need to go to IMF and to World Bank to borrow that afterwards they steal everything from them, which is the way they're structured, but they work within the structure of all the nations as one. We lend money, we provide finances to the governments to bring everything man needs. The time of bringing and spending billions on dams is over. With the new technology we release, every man will have access to energy. With the technology we release, there will be no hunger. The system you just saw can be transferred into the line of radio frequencies, can be transferred into everything that while you're listening to music, you're fed, you become peaceful. These are not the dreams. You've seen the system now is delivered. The coin is in structure. You have paid for the system of O&O to be there that sits within the structure, and we start governing as one nation, one planet, one race in 2026, as has been promised of the holy books, as all men will live at peace, as no man will go hungry. It's your job to spread this link. It's your job to teach more people to play. We don't need more than 4,000, maybe 10,000 people till March, because we have to see the pitfalls, we have to adjust our systems, and from then on, we are ready to tango. We are ready to play the games. We don't force no nation, but we make it available that you pay your way through the games. No one needs to do drugs, no one needs to do anything else to have a living, to live. Africa, rich people in America, as much as those who have pennies in their pockets today, as there's a mobile phone available to every man on this planet today, a man can survive. Those who decide to live in the jungle, that's their prerogative, they can do. But those of you who become a part of universal community and then allows us to create a dimension of peace.
So when Mr. Keshe says you can live in the jungle if you like, what does he mean there? Those who decide to live in the jungle, that's their prerogative, they can do. But those who become a part of universal community then allows us to create the dimension of peace. Does that mean not everyone is going to immediately jump on board of this idea of peace and the rest? They'll still try and exist and operate in the matter state, which again is very difficult. We'll be doing the same in the matter state, but somehow these technologies and this whole network is going to make it a much less harsh place to live for those who participate. For those who want to stay in the jungle and all its dangers, then they may not be afforded that. Any thoughts on that? Okay, we finished this.
I enjoyed something extremely past few days when, in a way, working for a knowledge does not become Achieving superiority in knowledge does not become a crime. And we saw it thanks to two nations of Russia and China submitting the paper to what we call United Nations. Iran has become a nuclear nation. Now there is no sanctions. There is no one can meet, no child in Iran can go dying because of the sanctions of not receiving medicine, as we transfer medicine down the telephone lines. No government, no one can be sanctioned. No one can be put into wars because another person wants to abuse. We should not be punished for gaining knowledge and technology, except it's wrong to those who want to abuse. And this is with the system. In the coming years, maybe 2 to 5 years, you want to understand the knowledge of nuclear, you tap in an app. Every knowledge available will be transferred through knowledge, the system of the soul. You become a nuclear physicist 100 times better than me.
And this is what I said earlier. It's beyond the imagination of most of humanity. You won't be going to college or going to these schools. What you want, again, this is coming in the number of years, and it'll be transferred, it sounds like plasmatically. And I know they've done a number of tests in China plasmatically. Even dialysis, as I understand it, has been done plasmatically, and it's all been recorded, but it's apparently not released to the public, as a number of tests Mr. Keshe has done with a number of governments have not been released to the public. We just found out about the capturing of the drone in, when was it, 2011. That's just sort of gotten confirmed in a very soft way. That Reaper drone using plasma technology for defensive purposes. So many things that have gone on in the background. There's far more. But imagine wanting to be a nuclear scientist and having, I guess, the sort of structure you would get, or probably even more, as he said here. You become a nuclear scientist 100 times better than me. So this is the way, and the language will be learned quite simply the same way. I know, again, it's beyond what we can think can be even possible, but I think some of us will start to experience it.
You want to understand the language, the soul will be taught. You see the head. There is a purpose for it. These systems have no physical connection, even though when you look at it, you see it. They're connected through universal.
Isn't that what he said about the plasmatic chips that they're slowly developing, or maybe rapidly developing in the background? This is how you would interface through the energies, like the zero-time communication. Once these go into the AI or whatever system, you'll have that ability to communicate plasmatically, or what we call zero-time communication, or maybe something like a mind speak, some people refer to.
So connection lines. Knowledge man doesn't have. We achieved it, we deliver it. And then you understand how the message of work, 20 years of being here, suffering every kind of what we call possible harm.
So again, these are connected through universal connection lines. Knowledge man does not have. As he said, there's so many hidden technologies. Even if they were shown to us, we wouldn't quite understand them. This is my way I'm looking at this.
As of today, the game has started. We don't fight. We let you play the game of peace and enlighten yourself and get as many people as to play it. You won't earn much, but no man needs to commit a crime. No man needs to sell drugs. No child needs to be put at risk. No man needs to go for a revolution, to go into prison, where we all live a peaceful life. Everybody has access from the jungles of Africa to the richest man on the planet Earth to play the game of peace. earn a living, and live in peace. Don't need to do no crime. The child in Africa gets the same chance to be educated by the money he earns through the cash coin. He can earn up to 2 cash coin a month. That's equivalent to $2,000, 2,000 euros, $2,400. And that can feed a lot of people. We have line and mind enough to feed the humanity for 100 years. Our message is very simple. Today is Christmas, and we have given humanity the biggest Christmas gift. Play with it. Ask other people to play with it. Earn a little bit till March, that we see the problems, we can solve the problems, and from March on, give it to every African, every South American, every Chinese, every British, Iranian, and the rest. Let them play. Let them exchange each other's money and buy and sell with each other and write down the game of dollars, rubles, and the rest of it. They want to play their game, they play. Humanity plays a game of peace and enlightenment. And with it, we bring in the back of it what we call the space travel, the space development, and the rest of it. Now we give you the biggest gift for Christmas. I hope by the day of Iranian New Year, 21st of March, we bring the world peace much closer when we open it to every man on this planet to play the game of life. No finance. Playing it for yourself, and at the same time, we allocate funds to governments to look after its citizens, and they can do what they like. But as it's like a very much blockchain, everything is noted. No bribes, no stealing, as everything is plain for everyone to see. I thank especially the developers, especially one man who's been behind this heavily, developing it day and night. His mission is like us, peace, no central government connection, but one nation, one planet, one race. I hope we can learn from this, and I hope we can go a step further and we can build a place where our children do not born to hunger and disease, but to a world where peace is based on equality, not color, race, and gun policy. Thank you very much for being here, and we start the game of peace as we promised. Help us to develop this very rapidly, and I'm sure we're going to get attacks. I'm sure there are those who want to hack, but we have everything in the background to meet, to learn, and to be able to match. Welcome to Game of Man, Peace and Enlightenment, and I hope you enjoyed. If there are any questions, we answer, and we close very early, as today is a short time.
Okay, so it was a shorter workshop than usual because of the holiday. So happy holiday and enjoy your Christmas gift or New Year's gift. As we see, this will start to take shape more and more in the future. But there's still a few questions, and we'll help by playing it and just participating in it. That's all they're asking you to do. But many people are going to need wallets, so that may be a gift that will be able to provide others that don't even have, let's say, the resources for the wallet, because after is it the 21st or the 26th of March, you'll be able to play. But you won't be able to play without that particular wallet. So perhaps wallets will be something, especially for a young person at, in the young teenage years or even younger these days that play these games and would love to earn a few coins, or I mean, that's unimaginable to be able to earn. But it may not be as easy as it sounds, almost like the gift of the three wise men, if we could put it that way. Let's check in with Alex and just to see, we're about to do the Dome of Peace unless someone else has something else they'd like to share.
We need to find out if there's a minimum age, especially for the wallet.
To be peaceful, some of the younger ones are quite tumultuous within their families, aren't they? So
No, but I mean, this is a business
Oh.
transaction with the card, with the wallet.
Yes, I think this would be all ages. Oh, you mean like, can you have a wallet if you're under a certain age?
Right. We need to find that out.
Okay. Okay. Well, you certainly couldn't buy some of the wrong things. You can only purchase what's within the Keshe Foundation store, or perhaps trade, as he said, among others. Good question. I'm sure they may listen in on this recording, or you can probably send it to them. Any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to? So you see how it's going to be delivered, not only through the 3i, the energies of the sun enhanced, the soul of this planet enhanced, but also through this gaming network. And of course, it won't be 4,000 or 10,000. It'll be so many people are wishing for peace. And all he says is just let the others know and start playing it. It's not quite ready, I don't think, to be played yet, but maybe this is just the way they're rolling it out at this point in time. So we've put the links in the chat, and this is the way the new system, again, you can buy a forever gift to humanity. This will carry with you right across the universe, at least the work you did to help bring the change. So enjoy your Christmas present from now on. And let us know if you've actually connected and started to play. Maybe some have. As he said, we read in the chat here from Carolyn, my Chrome browser doesn't work either. Won't give me the CAPTCHA to enter the site. Using Android, I'll try again later, as I'm still not able to register Get Plasma. Okay, so obviously there may be some people who don't want to see it, or it's just probably more than not, usually it's the Indian and not the arrow, and I don't mean the user, I mean the people creating the beta part of this. But again, it's probably something that hasn't done before, and I think some of these games cost millions of dollars to develop the way they talk. Some of these ones that they sell all over the internet, and the rest costs many, many. And so this is our first sort of entree into it, if we could put it that way. It'll get sorted. And this is
with respect to Erm's question, in some countries, when the parents get killed, like during wartime, the 11-year-old becomes the man of the family and is able to pick up the machine gun and, you know, assume the role. But I don't think there is a discriminatory line chronologically between a person becoming a warmonger and becoming a peaceful participant. So I'm just saying that I don't think there's an age discrimination with respect to achieving peace on this planet.
Yeah, just in the normal world, there is.
The normal man-made world.
Right.
Yeah.
The jungle. Right in there, did you try clearing your browser cache? Cache?
Before you go, Mark, can I just give me about 20-25 minutes, please?
Okay. Randy, anything about that? Is that like clearing the things that are tracking you?
Well, no, there's a browser cache. If you do a lot of browsing, it keeps track of a lot of stuff. So if you clear the browser cache, it seems to work better. I do that at least once a week.
Can you repeat that one more time?
What you do is you go into Google Just a second. I'm going to have to do it again. I'll find the instructions and put it into the chat. That'd be probably be the best thing to do.
Okay, okay, yeah, it worked fine. And Gail says it worked fine using Mac laptop and Vivaldi web browser. It worked fine, and I'm on waitlist. Okay. And Ike, apparently you've gotten some sort of confirmation of email, but there's no clickable links. And I think the first thing you have to do is, well, again, I don't even know if it's active, but don't you have to sort of register as a new user and create a login, something along that line? So maybe you're clear to do that, the ones who've gotten the email back already. Gail, were you able to get a confirmation? Okay, Randy's put that in there about deleting cookies, signed into Chrome.
Yes,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I had 2 emails as well.
Okay, and I think another person, Mosfek, was here earlier saying he was cleared. Okay. So I think we'll head towards the Peace Dome at this point, and this is a way we can, in addition to what's being done, we can start to enter into this process. Remember, it's the collective awareness of humanity that will bring the change. We've got to want it, and it can't be enforced, even though some of these things are preset to, in a way, sort of nudge us that way, or maybe we'll get a smell of peace, but it's not going to be enforced. And hopefully we don't have to have it enforced because it might be the wrong way to go. Yes, did somebody want to say something? So as we were talking about using the Keshe systems that we see in the store, and after using some of these systems, some people will actually connect to it, or it'll be ingrained. The body will know what to do, or the soul. So I think it's the same way with creating this dome of peace. He started out with using the physicality to release Gans waters. And we're very comfortable in a way, and quite expert on using our physicality. So this is the idea of putting, in a way, releasing these Gans waters. They know where to go, what to do. Again, you're just not releasing the Gans, but the Gans water, and allow it to do its work in creating balance. By doing this process, I think, again, maybe you're a little uncomfortable about using your central energies or your soul to do that, even though you're already doing many things in that area. But by just releasing Gans waters, this will bring you to that next step of believing in yourself. You have those capabilities, which we all have. Remember, it's the trust in ourselves. So just by releasing these Gans waters, I think it will bring you into using your central energies more often to pulse perhaps these world leaders. And again, we call them world leaders, but as we know, they're just spokespeople for those operating in the background or behind the curtains. They're almost like the pitch man that we see on many of these commercials or whatever that are run. They're just there because they're very good in convincing you or selling you a narrative in a way, but it's not their narrative most of the time. They're just spokespeople. So we're not only touching the world leaders, we're touching those who operate behind the scenes and behind the curtain and the rest of it. So just by touching them, we'll touch the others. So this is part of the whole process. The Gans water, as he said, the cosmic rays, the coins, the shared, all connected together into this whole process. And as this network starts to get energized, I think some of this Gans water will also pick up some energies as well, or perhaps renew some of its energies. Okay, Dennis is saying, and I asked, I didn't see that, using the link in the Telegram student chat, I was able to register and log in the beta version. World www.getplasma.org. I am on an iPhone so far. I can play to some extent, not knowing very much my way around on how it's working in details. Yes, that's what I thought too. But maybe that's the part, almost like throwing the baby in the swimming pool or you landing in the universe, and now you have to sort of figure out what to do. But I think there'll be further explanation, especially if this is a beta version of it. But thank you, Dennis, for sharing that. So he was able to log in and start to play. Anyone else want to add anything about the game? We'll see a rapid rollout in the next coming period, unless there's a major snafu, let's say, in the background. So this is a way of, again, creating this dome of peace. And it's by using your physicality to actually release a plasma water, which carries the fields. The water is structured differently too, but it's the fields that they carry. It's like a taxi. And these fields, based on good intentions you put in it, and I guess their ability to create that balance, will allow it to travel. Yes, Randy? Oh, you're just clearing your throat. Sorry, I didn't see your mic open. Okay. So let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace. You can release GANS waters at any time, 24 hours a day, and some people have, in a way, provided water for their communities to use in cooking or other sort of things. We know about the Cup of Life one. You can release any sort of GANS waters. And again, we're talking about creating a nanostructure from a gas that appears as a solid in the matter state. There's a whole process for doing it. It's quite simple and much simpler than, again, we're just converting sort of energies or gases into a nano of itself, which appears as a solid, but it's actually called gas in the nano state. This normally settles to the bottom of the container, and we would use the top third of the water. So we would be using what we call the GANS water rather than the GANS itself. But I think in certain instances, Mr. Keshe said, you can add a little GANS to it. He prefers the, well, he said he likes the CO2 and the ZNO, but many people have used the Cup of Life one and others. And in other locations, he said you can use any GANS you'd like. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, something for your physicality to do. And collectively, we do it on Sunday. So here is the, from the 200 and, no, this is the 181st, One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And of course, you can find these on the Keshe Foundation website as well. Just another one of the programs. But the network we've been talking about is the beginning of the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. But in the interim, this is the directive. And of course, as he said, this is how you take over a planet. It's kind of jokingly, but they've been doing this in China for quite a number of years, over decades and so on. So the plasma knows where to go and what to do. And it brings a balance. And I think once the grid or the mesh network comes into it, some of these things will become a bit more energized, perhaps, because he said it's all connected in. So all he's asking you to do is just to release some GANS waters collectively together. And then, of course, the next step is using your central energies to do the exact same process.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. Any comments on this process? I know when I first started, I said, this is preposterous. How could releasing some waters create a dome of peace? So I was a little apprehensive with it, but again, it's a much deeper type of work. We're hardly understanding it, but it's something that's quite effective. Did somebody want to say something, Herb? Okay.
Nope.
Okay, I see your mic came open. So again, it's very interesting. So now we've been doing this, and again, you can release GANS water at any time, but we're creating a sort of a group around the world that is releasing it simultaneously and at 12 or 18 p.m. CET, or if it's the CEST, it's the same program. So again, something for your physicality to do that then makes you a little bit more comfortable perhaps in using your central energies to do the exact same thing. But it's not through the physicality, it's through the energy dimension. And as Mr. Keshe said, working through the physicality does take a lot of energy and does take a lot of work. But working through the plasma is very easy and it's not hard work. So this is what the Universal Council, again, maybe we'll hear this first, and then we'll just show you the invitation where you can participate and open up the mystery of your matter state to its energies in a way, or the physicality and the, well, the soul of physicality would know, but you're opening up a new dimension by, in a way, investigating this. And it's not something you won't use in the future. You'll use it more than ever. So thank you, Stefania, and we thank Shweta as well for reading this one.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so those are the simple 2 directives we can use. And again, the one that we're talking about here, the collective power of the soul, again, there's no real work to it. You're just taking a nanosecond of your life and pulsing and elevating the others. And as you receive back, you can continue that process and create that sort of loop. But it's also used when you get into space. you might be in need, you might need fields, you're going to understand how this process works. Because to most, this is just a fantasy, you know. Again, releasing GAN's waters and telling someone else this is going to create a peace on this planet. Yes, it will eventually, but them hearing you and you sort of basing your reaction to what they say, I don't think is appropriate. Again, we don't need intermediaries to confirm what we're doing. So we can take a minute here right now and just exercise this process of, again, you don't even need the silence or anything like that. And we know what the directive is. And of course, the Universal Council has asked people just to every 3 hours, starting at 9 and then 12, if you're up at 3 a.m. or 6 a.m., just take that nanosecond. Doesn't cost a penny and doesn't take hardly any of your time, and then just pulse together. So they're doing it every 3 hours. And again, if you can join in, great. And if not, do it as often as you'd like to do it. And this is just part of the process of awakening humanity to bring the change. And this will grow as more and more people start to become enlightened and wanting to see more peace on this planet. So you're all invited. Again, it's not a day job. It's not putting a turkey in the oven and a few hours later you're ready to sit down and devour that turkey. It doesn't work that way. It's a little bit slower process. And in this journey, we're definitely learning more about ourselves and our central energies and realizing we're not powerless as we've been told we were, or even as we thought we are. So you're all welcome to participate. And the biggest beauty of all of this is nobody fails this test. You're just one of those bigger flowers in the large bouquet. And collectively, we put all this together. Any thoughts about these? And of course, the Brazilian team does have and I didn't pull those up for today, but they do have a session on Telegram or on their YouTube channel, KesheFoundationBrazil.com, I believe it is, or one of the other channels where you can join them in an actual meeting. This is not an actual meeting. We're just meeting on the energy level, at the soul level or the central energy level. So it's up to you to participate. But again, if you wait till you go out into space to start to learn some of this universal knowledge, you're going to find out you have a lot to learn. So we are very fortunate. We have a universal teacher here and is sharing some of this, again, knowledge that just seems so fantastic. We wonder sometimes why we're even here or what brought us here. But as we know, even if you're listening, I think in the future to one of these broadcasts, it's the strength of your soul that has actually brought you here, not the strength of the physicality. And of course, we've seen that a number of times. As he said, you play the plasma of peace to the soul and it walks away with its physicality. And he gave that example of, was it last workshop or the workshop before, where the government was battling some of the protesters. He didn't say which country or where, but they played the fields of peace and not even audible fields. He said the soul became satisfied and it walked away with the physicality, and they tested it twice. So this is the same sort of process we're doing, except you're the Magrav generator system. You're that sort of low energy nuclear reactor that we've never thought we were, but now we're finding out much, much more about the simplicity, but yet the complexity of our own structures. Doesn't come with an owner's manual, but we're very fortunate to have Mr. Keshe here and explaining more about it. But again, it's for you to investigate and open up the knowledge for yourself, not so much for the others. Any comments or questions, or shall we go to Alex? I see Milan Sindrick. He said, "Hi everyone. I joined the group. Did not hear anything. I registered with Get Plasma. Do we need to wait for response from KF? How do you start the game?" Yeah, I think you need to get a confirmation. But as we heard, Dennis has apparently started playing with limited knowledge, but maybe that knowledge will grow, and it may be different approaches. Maybe, again, as I said, it could be throwing the baby in the pool and the baby starts swimming. But I think there'll be some sort of directive on how to play coming up, perhaps a small tutorial, or maybe you just start investigating as if you were in the universe. Now what do I do? Oh, well, perhaps I need some energy. Perhaps I better think about what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll take some time for meditation and understand where I am and what I need or what I want to create. Maybe that's the way the game will take shape. I don't think so, but again, the Keshe Foundation looks at things quite differently than the rest of the scientific community, we know for sure, especially the 3I. So we'll see how the game rolls out, but it won't be that difficult to play, or again, maybe earning the coins will be because children will be able to play it. And of course, sometimes they're more capable with these devices or mechanisms than the adults are. So they may be quite excited about it that they've even earned something, where most games you're required to pay to play. Here we pay you. All right, Alex, if you're ready to come in, I see one new message. Okay. I'm just here. He said, thank you. You are awesome. No, I'm just here as a sort of a facilitator. I'm nothing, just trying to make the process happen. I've wished for peace much longer than I've been in the Keshe Foundation, if I could put it that way. Didn't know why or how or why this was gnawing me, but I knew there was a better way. And I think all of us know there's a much better way. And now that way is actually being sort of manifest right before our eyes. All he's asking you to do is to participate in getting these systems out and gifting it to humanity. So thank you, Milan. Is that how you say your name? If you're an English speaker, you're welcome to introduce yourself before Alex comes in. Let's see, do you have a microphone?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mark. How you doing?
Just
You
look,
guys are awesome. Yeah, this is my first time actually. I've been trying to get on here for last for 2, 3 years, and I couldn't seem to get the right I guess login for the
okay, we just, your mic was cut short. Your mic got shut off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I haven't I've been I put it in the Zoom and now I actually just got it. So I'm gonna get a couple of people to actually join you guys because they really wanted to join in
I think
and then they never did. So I was just
it's going to grow.
yeah, I'm just excited just to talk to you guys. You guys are just phenomenal.
What I think
I'm
you've done transmutation sessions, haven't you?
yeah, absolutely. All of them. Yep, yep. And it's I'm still waiting. I guess I need more patience.
Yeah, well, I think we've been in the system, that universal body enhancement and some of these other systems. We've helped to develop it, as Alex and Raphael had made that beautiful video, Keep the Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. We've all, in a way, participated in its development, even people just attending the workshops. I say just. But again, it's a huge work that's going on in the background with the graph. So do you want to tell us anything about yourself? Are you in the United States? Are you in Africa, China, Russia?
No, yeah, I'm in United States, Cleveland, Ohio. And so I have been here now 30 years. I came from Canada. Actually, came from Europe over in Croatia area,
Mhm.
and then came to Canada when I was 14. Then I got married and came to United States 30, was it 1 year ago? And then I joined Keshe Foundation in was it 2015 when they started um, you know, the uh, the Magrav unit. I just, I made a couple of them. I did a lot. I've done a lot. I got some plasma waters, so I'm very familiar with what's going on. Like I said, I went through the quite a few sessions that we do almost, I think, the whole 12 months, I think. And so now I'm just, hurrying up and waiting, I guess. And I appreciate you guys explaining the little details in what you guys do. Very, very, very grateful.
Well, we're not really doing much, just trying to understand the concept of all this. As he said, you can't replicate these systems, even from the butterflies in the store and some of the simple paint pens and the rest. But because I don't think we're mature enough yet to handle technology. And I brought that up in another meeting where Mr. Keshe said they'll have some sort of liquids for viruses to balance out any sort of viral condition. I don't know if you picked up on that.
No, I am not on that. I'm just, hurrying up and waiting, I guess, just like everybody else.
It could be fed through the One Nation Network, but imagine that kind of technology in the wrong hands.
I don't know if I can. I don't want to.
What was been perpetrated, since the. But again, so this is why I think he's keeping it rather close to the vest on the knowledge. But using the technology is open to every single man, and not only that, the plants, the animals, and everything in the ocean as well. So thank you for joining us. And sharing a bit with us. Feel free at any time. Again, we're all learning, and we're just at the beginning of this knowledge, the same way that Universal or the UBSOS is just in its infancy as well. I think this knowledge is never ending, and we're just being exposed to a very small part of it. But thank you, and I'm glad you got in. And feel free to join us at any time, or even to become a private student in the Keshe Foundation.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, whatever you'd like to share, please feel free. Thank you for introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your journey. All right, is it time to welcome Alex? I think we've given you a bit more than 20 minutes. Hopefully it's been enough for you to prepare what's being prepared, and he's taken the screen. Thanks again for joining us and delivering some very unique insights into this plasma technology. And again, we're all just growing and trying to absorb from the others what they share as well, and adding it to our sort of bank of understanding. So thank you, Alex, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. I don't mean welcome to it. You're a part of it, an integral part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for leading the charge here. It's a very important day, and I'd like to just get into it and take care of some business. Please stand by. Okay, Mark, let me try again.
Yeah, I've run into this. Rick has run into this. Sometimes you have to close it. Rick has a way of toggling it, but even then, sometimes he has to close it and just relaunch it. I don't know what is the reason for that, but this is the beautiful disclaimer. And of course, we played the disclaimer of the soul earlier.
Disclaimer.
You've got it.
Here we go.
The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. And we are represented from many continents around the world. So that's what makes this panel so powerful. We are following in the jet stream led by Mr. Keshe on Thursday's meeting, backed up with the Brazilian team on Friday nights. And here we are trying to understand a little bit better using different methods of understanding, methods of teaching, methods of learning. It's all new. It's new only because our educational system has not provided that opportunity. But this is the modern era, and we now finally have a chance. And so let's take advantage of that. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are still in the advanced tech stage. Today's topic is squeezy. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is December the 28th of 2025. This will be the last presentation of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series for this year. But as we've been doing for many years, we're trying to distill the knowledge into bite-sized pieces, and it's getting more difficult to do that. But we are managing somehow. The challenge really is for the new knowledge seekers to be able to just, shall we say, merge online and catch up in fast fashion, because we can't stop. We have to keep moving forward. We are at a tipping point in our technological advancement. And I think we've all figured out that last Thursday we crossed that watershed moment. But there have been many watershed moments. Of course, the biggest one was the beginning of the gold rush of 2025, because that happened on May the 10th of 2025, where we showed from the plasma fields how we could create gold. And the fever has begun. There are those who deny the existence, but there are those who are learning, and they have been put together in concise form in books of Marin Keshe, such as in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, where we can see clearly on the front cover the coming together of matter, dark matter and antimatter. So when it comes together, where does it come together from? And that's in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And how can light have a structure? And if we see on certain videos that discuss this subject, not related to the foundation at all, but they're showing the squeezy nature of life, how it can go through pinholes and expand and contract, and it can do all sorts of wonderful things. But one of the things it is not something that you can grab onto, shall we say. So this is different the way we approach our life on this planet. And speaking of our planet, we need to understand, like in book number 3, the origin of the universe. So we see the creation of one field, how it breaks up into 2 fields. And these fields have a relationship. And there's magnetical gravitational relationships. So as man's universe, because we're so tiny, we are, shall we say, very gravitational. And you look at the sister universe, and since it's so big, it's very magnetical. Well, there is another factor, isn't there? And that is the fact that we are very physical. That's what makes us so gravitational. So 410 weeks, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace has been brought to you by Rick Raman and the Universal Council. These members of the Universal Council are part of the humanity race on this planet. There is another Universal Council, and that membership has been kind of blown. And so we have been relegated to the fallen angel pile. And we understand angular density. You know, as fallen angels, we fall through weakness, but through gravity, we go through increased density, increased pressure, and increased dependence on Earth space feeding. But there's this internal pressure of the Gans fields because there's an angular momentum that is conserved. So as some are falling and some are rising, and we see this. We see the difference between suns and stars. And so we also see in our Gans production how we have tetrahedral stars, and we see in the universe spherical stars. And so we know about our sun, and we're grateful for its emissions. But we also see stars, and they are also sun stars, and they manifest. So our sun is a star, but there are many suns as stars in the night sky, and we can only see them in the night sky. But fallen angels are also a fallen star, but they're arrived angels, and they are arrived sun stars. And that's the difference. We don't understand that difference until we incorporate the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And the coming together of these 2 fields is that transaction zone. And in that zone, it could be conflict. That's how we've been accustomed all our lives, where the higher strength beats the weaker strength. But there's this really hard to understand binding zone, because how do these 2 armies come together? Where is the, you know, the motivation to bring them together? I mean, if there is a conflict, there are people who avoid conflict, and there are people who run to conflict. What's the difference? And the thing is, it becomes a binding zone, depending on your point of view. And this is what the physicality is all about. It's an inertia density manifestation because it's highly gravitational. And so to understand the difference between these binding zones, we've been given these commandments. And we all know that we need them, right? I mean, let's face it. If you didn't have these commandments, you wouldn't know how to live. And one has to wonder, when a litter of kittens loses the mother, who teaches the kittens? Are there also 10 commandments for kittens? Thou shalt not meow out of turn. Just being ridiculous. But we find that there's another 14 commandments for a total of 24. And number 11 says, thou shalt not lie. Well, lying, cheating, stealing, and killing are all part of the same thing, really, because it's something that you're trying to deceive someone else with. And as a result, you question why is that deception necessary? Well, it's necessary for your energy binding purposes because these binding purposes are self-serving. And that's a dimension point of me, myself, and I. But we've accepted to get this energy binding, we do it at the expense of others. And what are the ramifications? Well, of course, the others may resist, they may rebel, or in most cases, just pass it on. If you're stealing from me, I'll steal from someone, and what's wrong with that? As long as I don't get caught, it's all right. And so we become a planet of liars. And liars are very physical. And so we accept that because we accept the old knowledge of physics, where the speed of light is the maximum speed. And we say, well, polar shifts causes ice ages and tsunamis. Well, we now know that that is false, and we're not going to go into it, except to say that the old science says it's not possible to regrow limbs. Well, salamanders can. It's not possible to change skin color, but chameleons can. It's not possible to change one's nature, but you see fish change their spots. And plasma says it's not possible for you. So let's restate this, what is possible and what is not possible, and add to the fact that principal matter is the creation of PM ticks. They're magnetical, they're everywhere. They manifest as an energy pack, and they're parceled nicely to be delivered in a plasma dilution field. That's a force field that is manifest from antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen. That becomes the plasma gen conversion. So on that basis, we still haven't arrived in the physicality. There's only when we have the field interaction with the Earth state, which also is a gravitational maggrav, and then we interact with that as an inertia field, then we can manifest into the physicality. So that becomes the deciding difference. So this energy flows along pathways, and these pathways are maggrav pathways. So scientifically, we say, well, there's the electron, and then there's the neutron, and they follow the rules of gravitational intensity, which is the attraction field. And from there, we feed back to the magnetical outintensity field, which is the repulsion feeding, right? And so we end up with the relationship between an electron and a neutron. And we see that when we look at the matter plasma dimension, we see that difference between the physical gravitational state that you can touch and see, or the plasmatic magnetical state you can't touch and see. But both are part of the matter plasma dimension. So man is feedback dominant because these are the only dimensions that we recognize, despite the fact that we still don't acknowledge the plasma dimension as a matter of fact, unless we get into science and then we say, well, wait a second, you know, there are some counterweight measures that we have to take into account. And so what we are accustomed to in the, shall we say, the regular society is our physical state. And we measure that by weight. But in the atomic state, we measure it by mass. And this is the gravitational component of the counterweight measures. But in the nuclear state, where things expand very rapidly, we measure it as a Tesla, which is part of the magnetical forces. Well, plasma state is also part of that. But we measure that in time. And the thing about it is that all of these measures are part of the plasma matter dilemma to understand that the plasma state, which is the substructure for the atomic, nano, and GaN state, maintains a balance because there's always a Magrav energy transfer state, and it always maintains this balance. But this plasma state is near to the matter state. What we're trying to expand our understanding to understand that the matter state does not depend on that physical aspect of it, but more it matters on the dilution of emotions. So we understand the matter state emotions. We have the emotion of man and the emotion of physicality. And remember that these are man spaces points of view. The emotion of presence, the emotion of position, the emotion of vision. But the emotion of knowledge is the soul space point of view. And the emotion of love is simply irresistible, and it transcends all of these views. So when we're talking about this transcendence, it's referred to the carbon-14. And the carbon-14 is the go-between between the transmission state of the carbon-12 and the transmutation state of the carbon-16. And these are the highways and pathways that the energy flows. So when we get on these pathways, we find that the rays are part of creation, and these rays move. So from our physical state, we see the relationship between natural creation and natural decay. What we don't see is the plasmatic relationship of the natural creation and natural decay, because that is the counterbalance, the counterweight. And there's a boundary. We don't understand it. It is the transaction zone. We need special equipment to measure it. We need equipment to cross over it. So in the meantime, we just fudge their knowledge. But we ignore the fact that we were born as part of the carbonation. And we cross these highways. And each highway is a carbon inertia highway. Each highway has a counterweight. Each highway has a background. And there are multiple points that we can look at. The thing that we want to talk about today is the plasma space point of view, the plasma state dilution of emotions. We've been talking about enhancing our vitality. Where does that vitality come from? And why are we losing it? The stealing of vitality is the stealing of loosh. But sometimes we just leak, we just give it away. And so we're constantly looking for a gas up. But that vitality has to take into account the physicality and the emotional. And so the coming together of these two fields create something. For us, it's difficult to understand. But for the sunflower, it's very easy. Understands the overlapping fields that have a magnetical gravitational relationship. Each field in its singularity has that relationship. But the duality of the Magrav of the inertia fields creates other fields that overlap. And so this is the overlapping fields of the sunflowers, but there are many sunstar varieties out there, and they all follow the same rules. How come we have to have cups of life? We had to understand that cups of life were not the cup of pandemic. And in that way, it has taught us a really good lesson. The nanocoding process of the monatomic science, where 5-year-olds are making GANs in the kitchen and enhancing their emotional strength and understanding how these things all work together. So we've been able to create many GANSs, and these are all radiance manifestations of two fields coming together, bringing to us the manifestation of the carbon dioxide GANs, calcium, zinc, copper GANs, even water GANs, and amino acid GANs. And we showed on May the 10th of 2025 how we could produce gold. But more importantly than that, we have a cup of the universe, which brings together the physical and emotional aspects of the copper and the zinc and connects to the carbogen universe. And these are three fields that come together, but they don't just create our brain, they interact. And so those three fields create more as a result of the aggregate. In other words, we still have our connection, we still have our brains, and we still have our physicality. But there's a difference in the structure of the brain and the body. So today's topic is squeezy. And maybe you might think, well, I can squeeze toothpaste from a tube, or I can squeeze water from a sponge. Some people like to squeeze blood from a stone. But in nature, mushrooms can squeeze out from wood. These are just some examples of squeezy in a matter state. But when we look at the somatidian biology, where we have the somatids, which are tiny bodies, they squeeze from the red blood cells. We call the blood plasma, but we're not sure of that reference because that reference is still in physical state. What we're talking about is squeezing in a plasma state because there is no mechanism visible to create the somatids, just all of a sudden they appear. And we know that they come out of the red blood cells. We've seen it. We've seen that because we've seen the magnification. And the tool for that magnification is still technically illegal. It's amazing that we can, through man-made laws, make it illegal to see the manifestation of nature. But we don't need a microscope. We can see how the spiral of the various fields come together, such as a snail, for instance. There's a very obvious spiral where we see how the shell moves around as a cornucopia. But the creation of that cell is where the living creature inside is literally laying down a trail around the shell. And it keeps going round and round and round. And every time it completes a circle, the cornucopia also grows. But that shell is rigid. Now, we say that this is the way that memory grows. This is how memory is confirmed in the same spiral manner. So the work that the snail did is rigid, is manifest as an artifact. But look at the seashell. It has another rotating field, and it too is rigid. How is it possible for that spiny structure on the seashell to squeeze out from a rigid shell? We often wondered about that because it was nice to pick up these shells on the seashore. But when you look at that nature, you say, well, it's hard to squeeze a solid through a solid, isn't it? So how did it squeeze through? But it did. And at the same time, the shell was growing. So it isn't just going around the base and expanding. It isn't just growing around the opening and expanding, but it is also growing through the shell itself in another direction, another axis, a third axis. So these two shells have two different types of growth, where one has squeezed through. So if we do this by extension, let's look at our squeezy skin. Our skeleton is a bone inside the skin. Now, the difference between the bone and the skeleton and the bone and the head is that the bones in the body are inside the body, whereas the bone of the head is around the brain. Likewise, the blood is inside the body, but the blood flows around the brain. And then we look at a moose. The bone is outside of the skin. So we now see another transition. And then if we look at the basic snail, this is a bone around the skin. And then if we look at the seashell, this is a bone outside of the bone. Now, interestingly enough, we have seen in the Ubesu series of scabs form on the skin. Scabs are rigid. The skin is soft. How do the scabs squeeze out of the skin? Isn't that interesting? So we now understand that there's a very important relationship between the physical destination state and that dynamic transfer state. So our dependence on the physical matter state is really one dimension of our point of view, man-space point of view. What we need to see is the universal cup from the outer space point of view. The destination state is still the target, and the dynamic transfer state is still the means. Nothing has changed there, but our relationship and our understanding of that relationship needs to change. Because when we look at our containment within our physicality, we have to understand that something is feeding us. That feeding is a magnetical giver. So how does it break through the chain? There has to be a connection from us from within. And how does that break up through the chain? So if we recall, there's a similarity between the nanostar formation where there are gaps in the nanocoating and we see the expansion of the GANs, then it's obvious that energy can squeeze through. The breaking of the chain is strictly a metaphor. Given the understanding of the energy state, solid state is rigid. Liquid state is hydraulic. Gas state can be compressed, and plasma state can squeeze. And so we see the squeezing of the magnetical giver from the soul to the spirit. The spirit is the soul of physicality. But it's also to the body. And the spirit squeezes energy to the body and to the intention. And so that becomes a manifestation where the body can also give magnetically to that intention, but it can also give to itself. So we're starting to see that there are two contributions to the energy manifestations. So if we understand these cup relationships, each cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and from there it creates the soul radiance. So the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality works together with the cup of the soul. Now you have a relationship. In order to manifest in the physicality, we introduced the cup of the earth. So now you have two relationships. And to create the plasma state in its physicality, you have the inertia cup. So let's understand how the GANs of GANs matter comes together. As we said in book number 1, it's the coming together of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so each coming together of each of these fields is a fragment of the complexity. So the GANs of the GANs inertia is part and parcel of the whole. So when we produce the GANs of the cups of life, we take the cups of life product, where you have a GANs of emotion of one and the GANs of emotion of another. And you say, well, they're the same. Oh, well, that's impossible, because energy is always in motion. So the cup of emotion is different. And so you have a relationship in the GANs of the GANs, and that becomes the new transaction zone. So when you have these relationships, then you have energy in motion. And that energy in motion is the charge. Because the energy is always positive. So the charge doesn't relate to the positive, negative nature of the energy. It relates to the direction of emission, which is magnetical, and absorption, which is gravitational. And all of this energy is pushed up from the polar energy and squeezed out and modified through rotation, speed, strength, and direction. And it always is changing because the poles are constantly flipping. And we demonstrated this with the GANs flow in water. First of all, we know that water can exchange energy. So water can give and take. And we've seen how GANs can give and take energy. But in the motion of the GANs in the water, it exchanges magnetical energy and it exchanges gravitational energy. Because in order for it to move, it has to give and take. And it has to give and take in the direction that it wants to go. And it goes based on field strength. And so when we look at the earth GANs, all of them, You question, are they transacted in singularity or duality? Well, you have to take some things into account because not all ganses are created the same. So people say, well, water is just water. Well, that's not a very proper thing to say. In the extreme, we know there's fresh water and salt water. So, but we also know that the quality of gold is not the same. If you say gold, you're going to say, well, what is the carat rating? So all of this inertia is part of the nuclear feeding. And so we said the fragments are part of the complexity. What does that mean? That means each and every point has a gravitational stability, and this energy is portable through all of these dimension points. And it's more than three because you already have the three dimensions, and that doesn't stop. That keeps coming. So the only time you start removing the damage, we call it the damage, but it's just a product. The damage is how we remove it. We are very physical. So we mine the gold. We mine the iron, the copper, and the zinc. But the universe gives us carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And it's very careful in what it gives us. Our sun gives us the majority of the energy, and it acts as a shield so that we only absorb what we need. And then in that way, the sun emits. However, we also have a shield, and we reflect what we don't need. So we find that the sun absorbs, reflects, and emits, and is a shield from the rest of the universe. And all of us do the same, to not only shield ourselves from what we don't need from the sun, but what we don't need from the rest of the universe, because the feeding continues. When two forces come together, you create these plasma fields. So this coming together of the x-axis and the y-axis, now you have these two forces coming together, each in the third dimension, the spherical z-axis. And from there, you squeeze out your dynamic plasma. And as these fields come together, they interact. And so you create the plasmagen state. And this state is dynamic. And it emits by squeezing out an energy field. And so what do we get? Well, we always get something because something is always something. Nothing is nothing. So when we look with our eyes, and what do we see? Is it the black hole of the soul? Well, it all depends on the eye of the beholder. So we have to question if we're even looking. But that's in the physicality. Because the plasmagen is always giving. And many of us are still spellbound. But we need to be plasmagen receivers and be successful in being spacebound. And it's a different point of view, isn't it? So as we understand our physicality, it's very rigid. But it comes from many sources and it comes from many angles. Life is like a safety pin. You undo the safety pin and you have, when it's open, the pin can spring. You have to push it to lock it, or you have to push it to release it, and it springs open. What we're talking about is an external energy. And the springiness creates this wave, this constant motion. And we see that in water, where we have the oxygen at the core and the two hydrogens. We call it H2O. But it has waves, it has connections. So this sponginess can be squeezed. You can squeeze water and it'll squirt out. Or you could take a toy and compress it into a ring. But when you release it, it will show you that there's a GANS of connection. So the fundamental principle of the twinity is shown in its physicality, where now you have an internal field and an external field and a connection in between. So all those connections work together to create those fields. So what we're talking about is the relationship of the outside field to the inside field. And so you can squeeze the outside field and make the inside field bigger. Likewise, you can squeeze the inside field to make it smaller to make the outside field bigger. So it's a two-way street. And so now we understand how these lines, which we call the universal line maps, the principal universal line maps. And so you have these connections with the core and with the spherical structure. So as we talked about in book number 3, we can go beyond the dream state, where we have the one splits up into the two. So the soul, in this case, would spring open and create the soul of physicality and the physicality. This would be part of the normal Carbogen nuclear creation, the same way our sister universe and our tiny perfect universe was created. So when we look at these domains, we have to understand that the Earth domain is part of Earth space, but the space domain has to have a relationship, the inner space and the outer space. So your domain goes from Earth space to outer space daily. You go from the awake state to the sleep state. So your awareness goes from the conscious state of the inner space to the unconscious state of the outer space. So we relegate the unconscious state to being something that, we have to tolerate. It's the conscious state that we give all the time and attention to. So we ignore the soul travel, how the soul connects with our universe and how it feeds back all the trials and tribulations that we go through. So we're ignoring this connection of the plasmagen state levels. The physical state, the soul of physicality, and the soul, and how they're all connected. So when we look at the feeding inertia GANS matter, we focus on the singularity of each field, ignoring the duality of the maggrav of the inertia field. And so we can't be fallen angels. We are all arrived angels, because Earth space was our destination state. And in that process, we did our physical manifestation. That manifestation in physicality has a higher density. So that's part of the inertia density manifestation. Same thing happened with hydrogens. So as we say, water is not just water. Well, hydrogen is not just hydrogen. And it has a covalent bond. But if you flip the poles, where instead of having the two like poles, you have the two opposite poles, you're changing the personality of the hydrogen from orthohydrogen to parahydrogen. There is a difference. So the same thing is true of the GANs of the GANs. You take the cup of emotion transaction zone of one product manifestation of GANs, and you integrate that with another GANs of a GANs, and that product could be the cup of physicality. Now you created another field strength. So that's the concept of duality, where you have 2 points working together in tandem like a partnership. It's the twinity. So where the twinity is counterweighted with the twinity of the opposite. And once you have that twinity, it interacts with another twinity. So each interaction becomes a transaction zone. And if you understand that, then you understand the susceptibility and duality, where you have in the star formation 2 rotating fields creating a magnetical point on a star formation, where the transaction zone in the center is the gravitational manifestation of the gold dust. And so now we understand the polyatomic inertia gradients and how they relate in terms of physicality, because the poles have to flip and align themselves to allow a gravitational and magnetical relationship on each and every turning point. So to cross that boundary of that binding energy, it has to be properly aligned. So this susceptibility and duality is to understand that the 4 points of the star formation manifest a core transaction zone, the gravitational plasma. It is from there that we created the gold. And from there, we also have our core, our soul. And from there, we can do an emission. So that emission is not a reflection. The reflection is an emission in physical state. The emission is a squeezy in the plasma state. So when you look at these dynamic plasma relationships, where you look at the horizontal transmission and the vertical transition, you get this relationship from this earth space point within to this earth space field around. That energy is emitted in plasma state. That's a squeezy in plasma state. And so when we look at the creation of the free plasma, as in the creation of life, with the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, part of the amino acid, we see that there's a structure within the structure where you can link up these amino acids, and from there you produce the protein. And in the core is the gravitational transaction zone. And that core is a squeezy in plasma state. And from there, Now we understand how this vertical alignment, which we see creates a path link in what we call an infinity loop, where the soul and the soul of physicality work together. But the soul of physicality also loops to the physicality and then back to the soul. So that there's your infinity loop. But how do we cross that threshold? That inertia threshold crossing is a squeezy in plasma state, which causes an emission. So by extension, if you look at the galaxies, and so we see that the PM ticks are flowing everywhere, and they're all magnetical and they converge together. These PM ticks operate in a squeezy manner and gather together in a gravitational field. And the sun absorbs this. The sun is a shield. And each layer has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so we see the sun has bulges, bubbles, and bursts. And these are all squeezy PM ticks being gathered and re-emitted. And so when we look at this nuclear feeding inertia, we have this gravitational base that's part of the universal creation of matter, the matter, dark matter, and antimatter coming together. But the sun-star inertia needs a gravitational base. And so all of these points are different. They're different by flavor in its physical state. But when we look at the whole picture, we see that all the points are different, not just by flavor, but by position and by time. So the product is the humanity matter state inertia, the coming together product of these three individual dimensions, which are working together. So each one, be it the physical state, the matter state, is an inertia field manifestation. The dark matter is an inertia field of manifestation, and antimatter is a manifestation. So the humanity matter state inertia field is a combination of these three fields within the Earth space field. So we find that there's a gravitational consistency. But we can flip the poles around and likewise get a magnetical consistency. But now we understand that the energy is emitted and it's ever changing depending on the conditions. And in that emission, it just gets squeezed right out and it's variable. So we find that now we have to have many factors to take into account because each of these are a product of overlapping fields of three dimensions. So each inertia manifestation squeezes out another field of inertia manifestation. And so here we have the Gans of the soul, where we take the cup of emotion, which is a Gans of a Gans, and the cup of physicality, which is a Gans of a Gans. And we bring together these two cups in a transaction zone and create the Gans of the soul, which makes you a gravitational entity traveling in a magnetical field, where the plasma fields come together and no two plasma fields are the same. That gives you your magnetical gravitational relationship. And that transaction zone is that dimension point that you focus on. So we have a selection of our own personal star of physicality. We'll call it discrimination. It's based on the solar physicality of our sun. But there's a pre-selection, the solar physicality of the stars of the universe. And so there's a relationship there. And so we see the sun is shielding on many levels. But we have a gravitational confirmation how we've crossed that threshold where oxygen is a non-visible gas, but by emitting a light that's fingerprint, its emission spectrum, we can confirm its gravitational tracking, and this is the reason that life is possible on this planet. But we've forgotten how we arrived here because we depend on supplementation due to consumption. And this knowledge is an acquired knowledge. It's a conditional teaching by ancient teachers and has been handed down generation upon generation, never allowing us to connect, make that bridge to the unconditional teaching by the Creator. So we need a new awareness to understand that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting, which we've all been accustomed to. So we're at the point where we're traveling into uncharted territory. You're with the herd at that turning point where many stars beyond the non-monatomic state cover that range of understanding from decay to radiation. The AI is the ancestral intelligence, where we are the technology, we are the inertia product, we are the image of our dimensional convergence point. And so when we talk about energy portability, we're talking about energy state transition, where we can elevate from the physical matter state to the energy state. Or we can do it by inertia, the energy state to the physical matter state. It's a two-way street. So when we talk about elevation, that involves expansion. So we have to kind of squeeze out. So it isn't just a susceptibility and singularity where we look at the gold dust, but we're looking at the gravitational completion based on the external input of the Gans field of humanity. So now we have the susceptibility and duality where our external input matters. So maybe our viewpoint is now opened up in our third eye, squeezy. So we understand the dynamic soul initiator is actually the soul of the Creator, but likewise, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of the man, soul of the body, and the soul of the cells. And there's no translation needed. No intermediaries are needed. The soul food comes from the cosmic rays. All we have to do is tune into it, turn on to its connection, and drop out of our resistance to receive that inertia point. So we're the ones who provide the pattern. And if it's a good pattern, then we get the energy. And we've been trying to teach that for 622 Knowledge Seekers workshops for over 11 years. To bring together that greater oneness, to suddenly transcend the limitation of nuclear science into the unlimited science of plasma science. And our research teams continue to turn diamonds into gold. And so the Gans affinity of truth is manifest in physicality since May the 10th of 2025. And we need many more research teams. So please join us because we are One Nation Network, raising the blind on the scientific rescue that is needed, One Nation Network at a time. That time is now. There's nothing to wait for anymore because our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. There's a World Peace Treaty. Part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations. We have to learn about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. And the World Peace Treaty is the way. So we need to choose it, sign it unconditionally, and mean it sincerely. Because the point of the true GANs text is to cross that polyatomic boundary. The overlapping fields of Earth space create the peace dome. So is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? It's time to learn the history of self in a universal context, because the GANs is a peaceful superconductor focusing on true intention. The PM ticks can be squeezed through field strengths ranging the matter, plasma, and universal states. And so the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth, because peace and prosperity is our goal. Welcome to the new golden outer space age. This is the end of the class. Well, I hope you enjoyed the lesson. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Alex, for sharing your understanding. And of course, I think all of our understandings are growing deeper and deeper into this knowledge. But let's see if anyone has a question or a comment they'd like to make, or maybe a clarification, or perhaps introduce something else into the topic. This is a conference of the birds, and we're all just one of those birds on the way, trying to discover that magical king or the creator. And of course, as we've learned from the story, that when we get there, we find out it's us who we've been looking for. But anyone have a comment or a question or something they like to bring up, or perhaps something Alex missed that you'd like to share about? Now, Alex, you said our soul is a star. Did you not say that?
Yes, our soul is a star.
So how come when I go out at night, I need to take a flashlight with me? Am I looking for the physical light? Is that what is tricking me? Because stars are pretty bright. I know if you look into the sun, you can't take it for too long. So if our soul is a star, how come it's not shining like a light, this physical light, let's say?
Well, I am so happy you asked that question.
Okay.
We did not plan this in advance, okay? This was spontaneous, but it's a really brilliant question because as a former poker player, the game, as you know, is made up of liars. And so the best liar usually wins. Now, not necessarily, because cards are involved. But the thing is that there is a connection to the cards that you're holding and the emotion of the holder of those cards. And that creates an inertia field of emotion, which a seasoned poker player can see. And that light is an emission, not a physical light. So they can tell when you're lying. But the thing is, they too are a liar. So they can't really answer that question without exposing their own vulnerability. But the universal community doesn't listen to your bids, doesn't listen to your bluff. They go direct to the source. They go directly to the soul. And that soul is a plasmatic emission of light. And that light is non-visible. That is the same light that the sun emits to the earth. And it only becomes visible when it becomes in the physical matter state. So your soul cannot emit a physical light, but your body has a physicality and it emits a physical light. And we call that intention. And so your intention, because of the delay in consequences, can be masked by a bluff or a deception. But the truth of the matter is that you can lie to anyone you want, but you cannot lie to yourself, because you interact with yourself. So sorry about your luck there, but there's no lying in outer space. Great question. Thank you, Mark.
Okay. Anyone else have a point or something they'd like to raise? And another question, Alex, is squeezing the plasma like waving the plasma? I know Mr. Keshe has talked about squeezing the plasma in a number of instances, but he's also talked about waving the soul. And that wave is created through an emotion. So is squeezing very similar to waving, let's say?
I would say yes to that question. And the thing is that we have references in physicality of the outcome of squeezing. So like squeezing toothpaste out of a tube. But you know, when you look at life and how it goes, the thing that is often ignored, a tree grows up, it has a tall trunk, and then it branches out at the top. We have to remember that all of this magnificent manifestation of physicality comes from a tiny seed. So there's a lot of energy squeezed into it, and it grows like a jack-in-the-box. And we have the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, how all that energy is stored in those beans, and then it just pops open and everything just squeezes out. And you say, well, who's doing that squeezing? Who is the squeezer and who is the squeezy? So it is a natural thing to flow depending on the nearness and proximity and the manipulations. And so many of us are like a feather, we just fly with the wind. But we are now learning how to be functioning properly in a plasma universe, the way it was truly intended, where we don't have to take the abuse of others. But likewise, we cannot adopt these abusive practices. And so that's where the trick of that game comes in. We have to, shall we say, the means justifies the end, and the end is justified by the means. So you cannot complain about the misery of our society when you're contributing to the misery of the society. It just doesn't jive. So act good, be good, do good, and think good.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Anyone else have a comment or a question they'd like to bring in? And when you look at the plasma, Alex, which I'm sure you've looked at many times, and when Mr. Keshe indicated that energy equals the matter, is that your understanding? Are they both equal? We see the plasma with a matter dimension and an energy dimension and a transitional dimension. We were talking a few weeks ago about E equals MC squared, and he said the MC squared had nothing to do with it. Maybe you'd like to share a little bit. My thinking is the energy dimension is equal to the matter state minus the inertia. Is that the way you're sort of viewing this?
See, that's such a difficult question to answer because.
Sorry, we're getting some feedback. I see a mic open. I'm going to mute it. I muted your mic. I don't know if that's the one we're picking up something on. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
So what makes it difficult is that when we're discussing emotion, there is clearly a difference between physical emotion and plasmatic emotion. When I say physical emotion, we know that emotion is not physical, but it's a manifestation of the physical involvement with the environment. So the physicality is a manifestation, the environment is a manifestation, the interaction between those two manifestations is affected by the emotion. So in other words, your point of view. It's raining today, you may say, oh, it's a good day, or you may say it's a bad day. And so there are those possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
That's a physical response to a presence. And we call that the emotion. But there is a soul emotion, because the soul is your friend and the soul is you. And no one cares about you more than you do. You know, sorry to say, you know, I love you, but, you know, still second place. Number one is you. You care about yourself. And that is always in response to your condition. And your condition is either going to meet the expectations of your soul or not. And in that case, there's a supplementation. So based on the emotional requirements in our physicality, we supplement through feeding. And we do that with food. We do that at the expense of others. But there is an emotional feeding that comes from the universe. And that is unconditional. We don't have to sacrifice the benefit of others for us to gain that. And that's the knowledge that we have to learn. Tap into that knowledge. And it's you know, I'll admit that it's very hard. I know it's very hard for me. But you know, I in that regard, I'm not alone. Anything that you have to learn that is new requires practice. And we get better at it all the time. So we're all making many, many mistakes. And these are all things that we should cherish because that's part of the learning experience. And so we are all on this learning journey together. But now we have to understand what is the difference between the physical aspect of it and the plasmatic aspect of it, where the plasmatic aspect is working on an unconditional relationship to the physicality. So our discussion today is the advanced GANS tech, but that GANS is part of the physical domain. We need to get into the outer space domain in a universal context. It's just that we have to understand that the rules are the same. So as we understand our manifestations, our manipulations, things we build, things we create, we do the same thing in the universe, but we just use different tools. We've always had these tools. So a good, skilled craftsman has many tools. The quality or his skill is based on which tools he chooses to use.
Okay,
So,
I have a hand up unless you've finished, Alex. Please.
well, what I wanted to say is we know that women use beauty as a tool, and we know that men use physicality as a tool. So is the result that you get based on your intention, or is it imposed? If you impose your intention, you will get a rebound. And it could be giving you adverse effects. So I'm going to stop at that, and let's let Irmgard carry on, please.
Go right ahead, unless you've put the hand up. Oh, no, she's opened her mic. Thank you. Hello.
I was puzzled about Mr. Keshe saying that we all started as female. You have any notion about that?
Oh my God. You brought that up.
Wait a minute.
Well, you're jumping the gun a little bit here, but you know it's only fair because I brought up a subject and I was wondering who was going to do this, and again, this wasn't planned. There are many ways to procreate.
Yes, snails are both, right?
Snails are hermaphrodites.
Right.
And no one's been able to explain how that operates.
Did you say males or snails?
Snails. Yeah.
Snails are hermaphrodites. They produce offspring by themselves. As you can clearly see, this shell prevents that kind of physical.
Alex, did you say it's snail? Did you say snail?
Yeah, what you're seeing on the screen is a snail. S-N-A-I-L.
Okay.
They're hermaphrodites.
I thought they mate with each other, but they mate both directions.
Well, they give offspring.
Right.
And they don't need to interact physically with the opposite sex.
I saw pictures of where they were actually mating. Two of them were mating together, but they're both mating in both ways.
Okay, you are talking about a land snail because that snail carries the shell on its back, just like a moose would. So the moose is like carrying antlers outside of its skin. The snail in a shell, the water snail does not come out of its shell. Without the shell, it loses its protection, which leads to all sorts of other questions. If the snail is in the water, then the water obviously gets in the shell. But we know that the snail is able to rise to the top of the water or sink to the bottom. Well, it doesn't have fins like a fish that it can swim. So how does it do that? Well, so we know that the air is less dense than the water, so somehow the snail produces air inside the shell, and so literally lifts up like a air balloon. It just floats to the top, and then it flips over, the air escapes, and the water rushes in, and it sinks like a stone. So the water is part of the environment that the snail is operating in. So the question is, how come the snail cannot survive outside of the shell? It operates inside the shell. So the shell itself is a protection, right? And that shell itself, the way it's constructed with the two dimensions, creates the third dimension of the shell itself. It's all part of the growth. And so that's its refuge. So it's different from a land snail where there is actually a physical extension. I have asked this question so often, and no one's come up with a reasonable answer. But now that 3i is here, we have had the stunning revelation that the majority of offspring are soulless.
I'm going to have to research this some more. This looks, but I would like to know how come we are all female when we are first created in the womb. And from my reading, they were male sperm and female sperm. I don't know. Is that correct? We'll have to research that also.
This is beyond my basic knowledge. I'm sorry, this is beyond my, my basic knowledge says that I've been told that that is true. I am only beginning to understand it just like you are. The fact of the matter is that, we have an odd number of chromosomes in our genes. And there, oh, you know, I'm searching for words here. Sorry. The giving is a maternal thing. The taking is a paternal thing. There are no two energy fields the same because the energy is always in motion. So when they come together, they create a magnetical gravitational relationship. So when these two fields are coming together in a plasma state, they are both in a giving relationship, aren't they? So in other words, when we look at these two forces coming together, you're having a plasma field on the one hand, interacting with a plasma field on the other hand. They have not manifest still in physicality, they manifest in a plasmagen state. Undifferentiated. It's when they come into the earth state that they get differentiated. In order to be differentiated, the soul has to make a decision. And this is the problem that Mr. Keshe alluded to, because not only is it possible to have a male-female change, but it is possible to have a horizontal or vertical matter state change. Where we see this is with fish. Fish lay lots of eggs, like some of them lay 6 eggs, some of them lay 250,000 eggs, depending on the environment and what its need is. So depending on its need is a feedback. And if there's an overabundance of the male population, the feedback will be requirement for more females. And you will actually see a change in the ratio of male to female offspring. Fish do this. Mm-hmm. And how do fish know to do this? Because it's based on the environment. So if the environment is conducive more to a female species, then the fish will, the offspring will tend to be more male. If you change that, the offspring will tend to be more female. So in the creative process, it stands to reason that it would be a female process because of the emission, because of the intent. the intent to create. But in terms of manifestation in the physicality, the decision to maintain those two fields in the physicality, because you understand the physicality is a singular inertia field. So we have a distinct difference in the procreation on the planet, and what is startling to see, a distinct difference in the procreation of 3i. So as I said, there's many examples of this variety in procreation methods on this planet. But what is startling is that the 3i is operating in matter state, and we operate in matter state. Despite the fact that they appear to be more advanced, they are still in the same nearness and proximity in terms of energy state that we are. It just changes the whole outlook of our ancestry. It opens up a whole new discussion, and I think we'll be discussing that in earnest through the next year.
Yeah, that's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, and again, they can't be soulless, can they, if they release the soul of physicality?
The soul of physicality doesn't have a soul. It has a Magrav condition.
Well, it's the collection of all the souls of the physicality, isn't it?
No, the soul was released separately.
Right, it's going to find its own soul strength, but the soul of physicality was released, and it will find a physicality and a soul strength that it wants to manifest itself in, or perhaps not even manifest itself, could stay in the energy dimension. They left it completely up to this soul of physicality.
Yeah, but it didn't start out with a soul.
No.
Just the soul of physicality. That's where those dots were interesting, that they were not up high.
Okay, well, let's ask ourselves this question. As a baby, it has a physicality. It has a soul of physicality.
Right.
I think we'll agree that it has a soul.
No.
Yeah, and Mr. Keshe said that there was a certain point during gestation that there would be a soul, and from that time on, it was not okay to do an abortion.
Okay, good. A seed from a vertical entity has a soul. Would you agree with that, Erm?
I don't know what you mean by a seed.
A plant seed.
Yeah, pumpkin seed. Does it have a soul?
I don't know. Does it?
Yes.
Well, it's differentiated, isn't it? It's not a sunflower seed. It's a pumpkin seed.
Yeah.
You can't mistake a pumpkin seed for a sunflower seed. The two totally different things.
Right.
So it's already differentiated, and that is the key. But what we're looking at is an undifferentiated manifestation, which means it doesn't have a soul. It hasn't decided yet.
Okay, that makes sense.
Where do we have that manifestation? In our blastema cells, when we have a wound, the cells that we produce to encapsulate that wound, to restore the integrity of our skin, those cells are undifferentiated and they make a scab. And then underneath that scab, you have the protection like from the snail shell. And now the cells that are produced there can be differentiated.
Mm-hmm.
And so you cannot make a mistake. You cannot have a cell on your nose that comes from your toes. It's impossible because of the neighboring cells. The neighbors tell you what you are and what you're not.
Yeah.
So when you're in between those two neighbors, you manifest an inertia field, and you will link up on one side magnetically and on one side gravitationally, and you will become part and parcel of the whole. And that's how a wound heals.
Yeah. And a while back I learned, like, if people have a transplant, like a heart transplant, and it comes from the opposite gender, it starts out as
We lost your voice.
oh,
It's very soft. What happened? You turned away?
maybe is that better?
Yes, that's the clear part.
Okay. Yeah, I learned a long time ago that when somebody receives a heart donation from somebody, that initially the opposite
Uh,
identity. Yeah.
There must be some interference with your mic. We get two words and then we hear just a muffled sound. So we're not
Okay.
words. Could you try again one more time, please?
Let's see. This better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I learned years ago that when that initially.
No, we're not hearing you. I learned years ago when, and then it stopped.
Okay, let me see. Now can you hear me?
Yes, we're starting out able to hear you.
Okay. So when a heart is transplanted from like a male into a female or the other way around, it starts out being when the heart has the Y chromosome. But over a period.
Alex, are you able to hear?
No, well, we're not hearing.
There's something interfering with your mic, or maybe another browser that's open or something else is trying to capture your mic. It allows you to start, but doesn't allow you to finish.
Okay. I have to check if my phone still has enough juice in it. Let's see, hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When, for instance, a female receives a male heart, every cell in that transplanted heart has a Y chromosome. But over a period of time, all those cells change and make X chromosomes in the heart, in the donor's heart. So that is a fact. How that happens, I don't know, but it does happen.
Well, it's the same way that I just described with the fish and then how they lay the eggs. Yeah, so what
So
we're
nothing is fixed.
what we're arriving at is the opportunity to explain and understand these phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
And we cannot do that in the physical state because the physical state will not allow us to understand that. So we have to accept the plasmagen state, and so we know that this is a different way of bringing together inertia fields than in the physical state. So this is an excellent example. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because oh man, you come across doctors who are so into the physical state, it's just awful. And they think everything is mechanical. And here you have a perfect example that it is not with the heart transplant.
And what about when the creator created Mitra, or this dimension of physicality? Did the creator have a partner? I think Mr. Keshe asked us that.
Well, can we extend that in the opposite direction?
Right.
If we repaired cars the way we say, like I know of one lady, she just had her kidney removed, and she actually said, I have another, so I have a spare. But what if we repaired cars that way and you had a bad tire and the mechanic says, well, that's a bad tire. We're just going to remove it. You have 3, right? It's okay. I'd like to see how far you can go with 3 tires down the road. So it seems to be acceptable to treat our bodies as a mechanic, but it doesn't, it's not acceptable to treat our cars as if it was handled by a doctor.
Yeah, like a friend of mine, they were expecting a baby around Christmas time, and the doctor obviously didn't want to spend Christmas helping a mom give birth. So they set a date to induce. And then when this baby still didn't come in time, they just did a C-section. And I thought it was just unbelievably irresponsible. I was thinking, first of all, that child may have a memory of getting kicked out, and that may be a determining factor in the rest of the child's life.
So that's an external force coming in to change. Yes.
Right. And the child never went through the birth canal and all the benefits from that. So, but that was for the convenience of having an undisturbed Christmas.
Well, on that point, you know, when you talk about the benefit, the child would have to squeeze through the birth canal somehow, and it's kind of ironic you bring that subject up, but
that in the birth canal, the baby is seeded with all the right bacteria for a healthy life from the mother. It forms the beginning of the immune system. So that passage is really important.
Well, at one point he said you had to go through the birth process and all the mayhem and the rest of this. So there is
right.
quite a bit of trauma going through that way. And then getting a good spanking or a good little hit to wake you up in a way. And take that first breath. Okay, did you want to add more, or Alex, anything else? Or anyone?
I am running out of power.
thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to continue to present. As I said earlier, this is the last in 2025. Looking forward to a happy new year for everybody. And we will endeavor to continue to deliver to the best of our ability what we know and let it grow. Happy New Year, everybody.
Yes, same to you. We're looking for a
Happy New Year.
Let me take the screen back. Anyone else have a question or a thought they'd like to voice? Just want to thank everyone for being here. We certainly appreciate your presence. And of course, this was the time of year when the gift of the 3 wise men was given. But now we are looking at it in a different way. As Mr. Keshe indicated, all the Christians miss the gifts. We read it right in the book. Precious metals, perhaps precious oils, all physicality. Incense and the rest, all the physical gifts. And this is where we missed it, where now we understand this is the ethos of Mitra, the thinking, speaking, and acting good. So it's for you to apply and gift yourself this beauty if you can. And then, of course, if you operate in this dimension, you'll create a beautiful shielding for yourself because you're not really attracting these negative energies by not thinking correct or thinking wrong. And this will give you the idea that you can be proud of the work you do, and you can be proud of the person you are, and you can be proud of the difference you make. And of course, combine these with the World Peace Treaty, and you have a beautiful package, but it's for you to put it together in a way. and start to explore this. Again, when he says here, we will never make any tools of war on this planet or in space. Remember, man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And I think that space is between the two ears in so many ways. So you, by thinking correctly, or by not thinking incorrectly, you will create this peace in the space between the ears. If you're operating in the universe and the universe is operating with you, you have all of it within you. So just creating those thinking, speaking words does create some sort of plasmas that you can bring yourself a problem, or you can sort of avoid them by applying the gifts of the three wise men. And I missed it completely until the Keshe Foundation gave a deeper understanding of these three gifts. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, this is the ethos of the universe, not only on this planet. This will be the cornerstone of your life in the universe. Thinking, speaking, communicating through emotions, obviously, and acting correctly. And this game of enlightenment will teach us to operate this way. So enjoy the new Christmas gift from the Keshe Foundation. I'm sure it'll be up and running. Maybe it already is. It's just that we haven't delved deep enough in it to. But it was great to hear that Dennis has started to play it. Thank you, Dennis, for sharing this. So there is a way to continue on, but maybe, again, not knowing what to do and how to approach it and what you need for what. Maybe this is part of the way it's being rolled out. I don't know. Let's see. We have one new message. Thank you, Alex and Mark, and all participants. Yes, we're just here as facilitators. Love and gratitude to you all from Karina. I love you all. Loving is giving. The creation started with giving. And Alex says, thank you all. And Happy New Year to all. Okay, any other thoughts or questions before I play the final disclaimer? I think I put the beauty of the disclaimer into the chat. I may not have, but you can find that on Ed's website probably, which you have a link there too. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for carrying a very small piece of a very large carpet, but I think much of the work is being done beautifully in the background. All we're asked to do is to participate. I see Micah is here. Thank you, Micah, for dropping in. And thank each and every one of you for continuing on. And it's beautiful to know that our physicality really didn't bring us here, but the strength of our soul, or something that someone has done in the past, has actually brought us to this position. And of course, we're just starting to, in a way, open our eyes to the much larger structure that we're all part of. And Mr. Keshe is beautifully bringing us along in this whole process. And some excellent systems that will, again, create this one planet, one nation, one race for peace. So,
sorry, Mark, real quick. I missed that. Did you say Dennis was able to play the game?
Apparently, he said something earlier in the chat, but he didn't know where to proceed. Let me just see. Okay. I can play to some extent, not knowing very much my way around on how it's working in details. I am on an iPhone so far. Using the link in the Telegram student group, I was able to register and log the beta version, world.getplasma.org, which is in the chat. So he's found a way to begin to play.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, can I just give a quick message to Milan there?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Milan, could you please contact me on Telegram?
He may be away from his mic. perhaps you can send him a message, Alex. Let me,
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get to the mic. Can you send me the Telegram number or
Mhm.
to get to it?
Are you
You are on Telegram, yes?
I don't know. I just like I said, the only way I was able to get to this is that finally I guess hit the right numbers and went into the Zoom. So this is my first time. I've been listening to you guys since you started.
If
Uh,
he goes
Go
on
ahead.
Telegram, Alex, he can find you and message you, yes?
yeah, but he has to get on Telegram.
Okay.
Okay.
We need an invitation sent.
Okay. Yeah. How do I go? Through the phone number or through the email or?
No, through Telegram. Telegram is an app.
Okay. Okay.
That's how we communicate on around the world.
Okay. Okay. I
And
think I started get that, but I'm not sure where it was. I probably lost it because I haven't gotten in a while, through that yet. So how would I get it? I just go through a Telegram and then contact you?
Yeah, you need your email address and you log on your phone, and
Okay.
then you can also log on to your computer.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. If not, then I'll just let you know what I did, where we can move forward.
if you can get on the Telegram, and Ed can find you, we'll send you a link to join the either one, the Canadian or the American. We'll see. I don't know if Alex, do you have the link to the Canadian one?
Well, yes, I do. Well, Milan has to get on the Telegram first.
Okay.
That's the way.
Okay.
So sign up for Telegram. Alex finds you under your name, hopefully,
Okay.
sends you a link, and then you can join the group and enter in all the other chats.
Okay. Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys
I
are doing
think
an awesome job.
is it telegram.org or telegram dot, I think it's .org. Trying to remember.
It's a worldwide platform. You should be able to get on there.
I just had my friend signed in, and I think I gave her .org. Just you just try both, I guess.
Okay, again, thank you all. Any other thoughts or questions anyone would like to share? As you can see, there's so many things happening. We're only privy to less than 5%, for sure, but it's all being, in a way, the buffet is being set up. All we have to do is we've got our invitation. We just have to participate.
I was just looking at my email. I got Telegram.customer service KFM. That's totally different, right?
Randy has put something in there, telegram.org. Do you see Randy's last post in the chat?
Let me see here.
That's the only Telegram to download. They have Android or Apple or PC. Do not use it from Google Play Store. That is not the correct Telegram
Thank you,
or
Randy.
the Apple Store.
Okay, I got it here.
And then hopefully we find you under this name.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass that on to someone who will send you a link.
Okay, I see it. So HTTP telegram.org. Got it.
Okay, anything else from anyone else? Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your year. And of course, we look forward to starting to roll out this One Nation Network, and the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace will start to take more of a form in 2026, plus many other surprises. As Mr. Keshe likes to say, the fun has just begun. Thank you all for being here and carrying that very small corner of a very large carpet. I'll go ahead and play the final disclaimer. Session will come to an end. Any last thoughts? If not, I need to find the disclaimer again. Here we go. And I need to move it over to the screen. We'll just lower the volume slightly. And thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day. Let's just make sure we're sharing it properly. Thank you again. We appreciate your presence.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.